Hi everybody and welcome back to the British Over the Board Chess Championships 2021. We are going to be looking at the junior events for the next hour with the under 10s and the under 8s. And then throughout the afternoon, we are going to be doing a combination of looking at the championship round 2 and also seeing the any more of the junior games. Okay, let's see how they're all doing. I'll share your screen, Matthew.
All right, so we start off with the under 8s. We've got the top board game, George Zhao against Bodhana Sivanandan. So let's have a look at this one. So this was d4, knight f6. So Catalan, seen it a few times, haven't we, in these junior tournaments? Quite surprising, really, but not opening to play. I think bishop b4 check, certainly future-proof, because I think the Catalan's going to be the probably the opening that's going to last the longest for 4 openings. So bishop b4, so Bogo-Indian type thing, and Black's playing it very directly here, a little bit like Ulf Anderson used to play it. He used to play a quick bishop b4 and d5 and try and equalize it like that. CD maybe a little bit early, but not. Knight c6 maybe a little range. In general, it's a natural looking move, but in general, when you've got a pawn structure like this, you generally play the pawn to c6, and then maneuver this knight somewhere around the structure. You know, knight d7, maybe to b6 sometimes, often f8 to g6 or f8 to e6. So knight c6 is a slight inaccuracy. You know, in general, you'd because it's there's a half-open c file. You'd really rather have a pawn blocking that than have your knight on there. That's the general idea. Or you've got to move that knight on c6 rapidly away from there. Knight e4 and b takes e4 is a very sharp way of playing. So
oh yes,
e4 square. So
it's going to go up this pawn.
Indeed, knight h4. And now, yeah, I mean, things are getting a little bit complicated already, actually. I mean, in principle, Black could play a move like, and just having a little think. I mean, queen takes d4 is conceivable because queen takes d4, knight takes d4, and I've won a pawn. And I'm protecting this bishop on f5 as well.
You can get the pawn back, can't you? With knight takes f5.
Yeah, that's the minimum you can do. You can go knight f5, and bishop e4 with a slight edge for white. I mean, you go knight d6 and cover everything, but that's a slight edge. I mean, I'm just trying to think of other ideas. I mean, bishop e6 is not stupid at all for Black, because you're attacking the pawn on d4, and you're also threatening g5 to trap the knight on h4 as well. So bishop e6 would also not be silly.
I suppose you still take on e4 against that.
Yeah, bishop e4. I go probably queen takes d4. You know, and not clear. I think I've got some decent counterplay, and you know, bishop e4, knight on h4 are not the best pieces maybe. So. Black played bishop g6, which I think is lessful, because we take. Oh, fg, that's a sharp one. d5, yeah. We go d5, and then afterwards white picks up the pawn. So from that point of view, bishop g6 was was not a successful idea, I think. So queen d6, rook d1. So white's a pawn up, and with an oops, good lord, sorry about that. With a nice center as well, and yeah, it's going to be very hard for Black to. I mean, really, Black should have played quite quickly, I think, g5, and at least try to stop White from getting f4. You know, because if White gets an e4 and f4, then that's a massive center, and that's kind of what happens. Well, e5 gets in. Again, you know, I think Black could have been, rather than putting the knight over here, I think g5 and knight g6 would have been the best way to try all that back. But this is quite massive for White, and this is looking very, very strong indeed. Rook d2, but now we pick up a piece there, and yeah, I mean, in principle, this is looking really, really good. So bishop d5, rook d2, Oh, good lord! Even the king's in a little bit of danger here. Bishop f3, g4, g5. We pick up a pawn. We come round here. Bishop g8, king g5, and this is as far as we've got. And White's thinking here about what to do. Yeah, I mean, I think there are many different things that you do here.
What about rook g7?
Rook g7 check is completely possible. For
Yeah,
take on h7 and then go bishop g8 again. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good things here that you could do. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be very, very hard for black here. You could also just play, I mean, even a move like king g3 is possible. Rook, king f3. And if rook takes g4, I've got rook g7, and then you've got to go back and defend your pawn, and then I can do a check and take it. And because after rook g7, king f4, you might be a little bit irritated by that. But
yeah, okay. So king g3 first.
Yeah, I think that's quite a nice move. And yeah, in general, there's not much that black can do about this. So that's looking like, in principle, a win for White there. But we'll see how that happens. Oh, that's a position with a lot of queens. Let's see what.
Oh gosh, look at all those queens.
A Mora gambits.
Hey.
So, have you been doing some coaching?
Doing it.
Have you been doing some coaching?
No.
Are you sure you haven't been doing some coaching?
Oh, I tell you what, though. I think Lauren showed his group. I don't know if any of these are in Lauren's group, but I think Lauren showed his group one of my games, so that could have been a Mora.
Indeed. Well, if Lauren's doing irresponsible stuff like, he's running the London
He's
Marathon.
also showed them one of your games, but that wasn't a Mora. It's up to them if they copy.
By the way, Lauren is running the London Marathon today. Lauren da Costa.
Yes, he is. So he's doing it. We did a we did a commentary on. He did a simul to raise money for the Stroke Association, and he did that last Wednesday and the Wednesday before. And he's running the marathon today in memory of his father. So please do support him. We'll put the link in the chat when I get a hold of it. And I think he's going along with. He's doing a tournament as well, and so every 3 miles he's going to play a game of chess. So absolute novelty way of doing the London Marathon. So very best of luck to Lauren. And actually we tracked his progress over lunchtime, and he seemed to be keeping up quite a good pace.
Fantastic, brilliant. So a6 castles, b5, bishop d3, slightly unusual. Normally you put the bishop on b3 in the Mora. Knight e7. Yeah,
bishop b3 you would do.
Normally. Indeed. So bishop e7, a4, a little bit of a positional. Oh, there we go. That's they put the somebody's put the link.
Oh, thank you, MJS.
Fantastic. So yeah, I think probably Lauren is is more or less the only person who could. I'm wondering if there's any if he's the strongest English player who could also run the London Marathon. I think. Oh yeah, we were
thinking as well as their times, interim times, they should also give their interim chess scores for all the participants in the marathon.
Exactly. So b takes a4 castles, bishop b. So White sort of. I mean, normally with a Mora, you're looking for some central pressure, a little bit of kingside attack maybe as well, and we haven't really got this going. So White basically a pawn down in this position. And Black playing very sensibly, just exchanging off pieces and just gradually encroaching, and White struggling somehow to create some play here. Takes, bishop c4. Ooh, the queen getting a little bit short of squares. Very composed play from Black, I have to say. Queen a1, takes, knight takes, knight d3, winning the f2 pawn, coming back for the b2 pawn. Oh, knight takes e5, little tactic there.
Okay.
Knight takes e5 allows queen d4. So this is a very nice play, I have to say. Very good technique. giving white no chance at all and playing very powerfully there.
Oh, this is Kushal, isn't it, playing black?
Indeed.
Yes. Who I think is only 6. Actually, I'm going to look it up. No, I can't look it up because he wouldn't have a rating, would he?
Maybe a British rating, I don't know. Queen 1, 2, 95.
I don't know if he even would, because oh, look at all these queens.
We could have a look at it on.
Well done, Kushal. So yeah, Kushal we know is coached by Alexis Herakis.
Oh, Go Jetta says Kushal is 6.
He is 6. I mean, amazing, right? 6-year-old playing this. That's against Samora. Yeah.
It's pretty good. Pretty good, this. So, okay. Now we got... so this is Ayan Pradhan against Dildarov, who we saw playing a quite exceptional
I've met him too, Go Jetta. I've even played him.
So bishop b7. So yeah, black playing a rather hedgehoggy system, it has to be said. Castles, knight d7, queen e2, c5, e5. So quite quite a closed system there. In principle, you would say maybe not bad against juniors. If you weren't all juniors, but yeah. And indeed, you're finding that white probably not at all used to this sort of play, I have to say. Struggling here, and actually black has got an excellent position here.
So now black did that excellent combination in the previous round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, black's already quite a bit better here. This is quite a surprising one, just offering the exchange of queens for a pawn. But it would actually mean that I mean, black would have great compensation for the pawn because of the 2 bishops and the dark squares, and also the queen side advance. But quite an unusual.
Is it a good idea? Do you think queen f? Was queen f6?
I don't think it's necessary really, but it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. But anyway, gets the queen exchange as he wanted actually. So 95, and this is like like a perfect.
This looks nice now, yeah.
A perfect position for black, really. Oh, that's a little bit. I would have looked more for bishop f6 there to keep the stuff there, but that's made quite friendly again. I think knight d4 or something would have been maybe what you would have been expecting here, And I mean, black can go bishop d8, which is a bit annoying, but I mean, you can unpin, I think. But then you're getting into these light squares here. But after takes, it's kind of the position's kind of stabilized there. Oh, and white misses this bishop c5, which is quite friendly as well. So black gains the exchange, bishop 8, and in principle, this is just quite clearly winning. It's just a question of getting your pawns rolling and just creating some entry channels, which black does very well. e6, rook e4, fighting, stopping rook d4, but rook e3 is very annoying there. And after d7, we get rook d3, and then we pick up the pawn. And knight c5.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, rook d2 would be possible. Black just goes for the passed pawns here.
Yeah, and these central pawns in the rook ending are going to be really strong.
Yeah, this is just huge. So black won there. So yeah, another very nice game from Dildarov. Very unusual play, I would say, for somebody this young, but very nice.
Do you know Dildarov, Gojeta? Is he must be 7 years old, I'm guessing.
Oh, so Oleg Verbitsky.
Okay.
We saw quite a good game from last round, I believe, playing against Advait Kirti Kumar, and not a Mora, but a wing gambit.
Oh, lovely.
My goodness me. It's all happening junior event.
It is.
Junior event. So
hi, Mark.
It's actually quite a not a bad system, not a bad system at all. Hey Mark. Yes, it could be. I'm wondering whether we're seeing. It's a good point, Mark. I am wondering whether we're seeing certain books that have been recommended and coming up in the junior opening choices. It's I do believe that. Well, I mean, there's Ginger GM, I think, a book that deals with the wing gambit. Yes, indeed, that is absolutely. Well, Dildrav is 6, turning 7 soon.
6 years old. Unbelievable.
Old man.
And he found this rook
Old
d6
man.
and he was 6 years old.
Old man.
Gee whiz.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, you know.
Are you not scared, Matthew? Are you not?
I'm too old to be scared now, so it's. But it's yeah. I mean, I have to say, you know, all the age groups are impressive, but I think, you know, relatively speaking, if you're thinking about the age of some of these competitors who are not just 8, you know, they're quite a bit under 8, then you've got to say the play is pretty impressive for that age. I mean, it looks very mature. You know, I mean, it's making sense. You know, you're not looking at the game at any of the games and saying, you know, what are these people doing? I mean, there are mistakes, you know, at times, but I mean that, you know, the purpose is always quite clear. So yeah, very impressive, really good. You know, it's one of those great things, really. I mean, you know, you might, I think, you know, normally you might miss an event like this. You know, you just focus on the main event and all. But I mean, you dive into an event like this, and there's loads of fantastic chess, and also a little bit of an advance warning on who might be facing you over the board in 6 or 7 years, with a rather frightening expression on them. So yeah, Ginger GM did
more of that later, because we're going to see Freddy Gordon in action in the championship.
Indeed. So A3, B takes A3. So Ginger GM did a DVD on lots of different white, and I think the Wing Gambit was one of the big ones, and it's pretty good for white. It's I mean, like so many of these with white, the engines, you know, generally generally sort of feel that yeah, even a pawn down, you're still sort of holding it, basically. You know, I mean, it's so. But this system is quite good, the one that Black played with G6, Bishop G7. I've always felt this is the most annoying line against the Wing Gambit. So I've looked at it quite a bit as well, because it was that Alekin played from time to time. So I had a look, you know, at, I played it quite a bit in Blitz. Even played, I think, in Rapid. You know, when I was keen on Alekin at one stage, but I wasn't actually too. I never really found something particularly good against this. And so Bishop G4, H3, Bishop D7, G4. Wow. White really going for it there.
Yes.
I'm not 100% convinced about it, to be honest. I like Black's reaction very much here. So this is looking a little bit dodgy for
yeah, by move 12, White only has 2 pawns left on their starting squares.
Yes, it's I'm not 100% happy with White's play here, but I mean, because this is looking like a Grunfeld where you've played the rather odd moves H3 and G4 instead of doing something sensible. But well, the tactics start. That Bishop on E4 is in a little bit of trouble. F5, F3. Bishop takes D4, Queen B3. Wow, it's all happening. So how are we going to do this? Well, you would have thought, normally you would have thought that this would be fine for White. Yeah, takes. I think that the move that you needed to play here was F4 in actual fact. And then if Queen takes C4, I can take on D2, and I'm 2 pawns up. And if you go Queen C3, then I go Queen D4 check. And Queen D4, Knight takes D4, and then the Knight is coming to D4, attacking the Bishop on E2, and the Bishop can retreat to C6 if necessary. So I think that would have been the way to do it. Black went Queen D4, which is the right idea, but White played the rather astonishing move King F2. And, well, I mean, it's still a little bit up in the air, really, as to is that Bishop on E4 getting out alive? I mean, Bishop C2 would be possible. Rook AD8 also looks possible as well. Black played for the attack, played E5, takes. But I think if you're going to do anything here, you really need to go Queen H2 check. Although I'm not sure it is, because after FE4, White went King G2, and all of a sudden the attack is over, and White is just a piece up there. So
some good king moves there by White.
Yeah, some little bit of weaving and ducking and diving, and somehow you've emerged a piece up. Well, let's have a look. It's still a little bit tricky. Feels like there should be some tactic somewhere, but I don't actually see them. But that starts, then here now White really starts taking control and attacking here. And this is very, very dangerous. Oh, that's a good move. Queen e5, Queen g7. Oh, very nice mating finish there. And White resigns. So bit of a ding-dong battle, that one. Nice opening choice from White. Black played very well, but hard luck Black in the end. Just misplayed the attack there, and White managed to roll with the punches and survive. Oh, that's strange. I'm just looking at the final position. It says 1-0, but that looks like a total draw.
Oh.
Wondering what's happened there. It could just be the pieces have been placed wrongly or something on the board or on the digital board. Could be.
Yeah.
We'll have to see about that one. But this one looks like it ended a draw. It might be a board again. Yeah, I think so. So, this is a very well, e5. You're not really able to do that. There's a reason you play the Najdorf with a6 because here White should really play bishop b5 check, which should be pretty strong for White, really. I think that some people have tried this e5, but still, it's not really what you want to do. Knight d2 is sensible, but it basically means that they've got a Najdorf without having had to play a6. In all fairness, probably you'll end up playing a6 anyway, so it probably doesn't make much difference. But Black played b6 here, which is quite unusual. Knight c5, f3, b7, bishop b3, b4, knight e6. b4 is a little bit wild, really. I think White wanted to play f4 here, so chase the knight away. But these squares here are really weak. So yeah, good lord, terribly sorry. I'm going bananas here. I don't like b4 very much. I think those are the types of moves you should really, really.
Okay, so he did win. Yeah.
So he did win. Oh,
he did win.
Did Black lose on time? Maybe was that?
Maybe. Yeah.
So big rook c8. So in principle, I quite like Black's position here. Plenty of weaknesses on the queen side to aim at, e4 pawn as well. So that's going quite well. And yes, so far all looking quite good for Black. Bishop c3 is quite tempting here for Black as well. The bishop e5 was played.
Just win material.
Yeah. Bishop c3 wins the exchange here. So, but okay, bishop e5 was played, and a pawn went. Queen e7, bishop f3. So, how should you play this with Black? I just start consolidating my king first. That would be the first thing I do. I think g6, king g7, and then having done that, start looking around at what you need to do. If you want to be particularly exciting, you could also just play rook takes h2, which might turn out to be very dangerous, but maybe doesn't quite work. King h2, queen h4, king g1, queen g3, bishop g2 probably survives. But so I think g6 would be the way to do it. Or rook c8 could also be possible. Rook c8 we might have bishop g4, so probably g6. Queen e6 possible too. Possible. Well, it's two pawns. Got to watch out though. Your f7 pawn's a little bit sensitive. Rook f8, rook b3. So that pawn is dropping now. You just see it would have been nice if Black had played g6, king g7 earlier. Yeah. Then you could play a move like fx3.
Yeah.
It's always, it's one of those things that you sort of, you see this position, you say, I don't really need all these extra moves, but somehow, it just in the complications, it's easy to miss stuff, and that just saves you from having to do an awful lot more work than you'd want to, really. So here, probably White starts getting back a little bit. This is now going to get a little bit difficult to win, really. Oh, the pawn on b5 drops. And then, Yeah, I don't know really. H3. Maybe the board. Maybe somehow White did win this.
Yeah, Gojess was saying so he did win.
Okay. It looks a bit unlikely though. I really can't imagine because look, I thought maybe the clocks, but the clocks were 26 minutes against 27. So okay.
Yeah. Maybe they've just scored it wrong. I don't know.
A little bit of a mystery there, but okay. Maybe somebody can. If anyone knows, then that would be lovely if they could be cleared up. But
illegal moves, says Gojetta. Don't know.
Yeah, illegal move.
What's the rule, Gojetta? Do you know on illegal moves? You don't just lose on the spot, do you?
I don't think you lose. No, you need a few, I think, to lose. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Because I mean, really, this position. I mean, you would have thought it would be, almost impossible to lose, really, for Black. So, okay, well, we'll see whether our two illegal moves lose. Okay, Gojetta.
Okay.
It's so Qishang Han. I would like to know how to pronounce that properly. Qishang Han against George Chen. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got a Maroxy bind here.
Okay, I like those.
Theory being wheeled out here. Bishop G5. Yeah, often Bishop G5, slightly less common. Bishop E3 is often played, but this is also completely possible. Bishop E6, castles A5, Bishop H6. Quite sensible to do that, just to swap off the dark squared bishops. But Black doing his stuff, sort of trying to surround this pawn really and put pressure on it. Now, if you take on G7, normally you play a plan with F4. You know, that's normally the way that you go. This move, Knight B5, is unfortunately allows this move, nabbing a pawn.
Yeah.
So Black's quite happy with the result of that opening. B3, A takes B3. I'm not sure you'd need to really exchange and give away the A file already. You know, you could just have played your move Bishop G4 that Black played later, just leaving the pawn there. You know, it's because here, you know, this improves White's position immeasurably, and for Black, you can't really work out what Black's gained by that exchange. I think it's a very important thing to get into your head quite quickly. You know that. Those sort of exchanges, they win a few moves, but they're not always necessarily very useful. But okay, Black manages to evict the rook from the 7th rank there, and starts having an rook B1, maybe rook A4. I would have preferred there. I think Knight A3. Ooh, White having difficulty holding the pawns, and this one too, but. Oh, Knight D6. Wouldn't B6 be very good here? I think B6 was winning.
B6, so 98.
King F8.
Knight F6.
Yeah, Rook C5. Knight F6. Oh no, Rook C5, Knight D7. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go King E7. I'll go King E7 though.
King E7. Okay. And I can play Knight D5 and pick up the pawn on B6.
Oh, Natasha, brilliant stuff. All right, I'll go B takes C5. I think though.
Then I can take the H7 pawn. I do agree though that I prefer the C pawn to the H pawn.
Yeah. Tricky though. So Rook C5 played anyway. So principal, So grinding chances, but look at that. Grinding chances, but I mean, I would prefer to have a C pawn rather than to lose my B pawn. But White's been very resourceful here. Oh, and now
no, don't do that.
Oh,
but shouldn't White have gone Rook A7? Just like instead of
I go King B7, yeah, Knight E4, H6. I mean, White, Black's grinding. It's definitely winning chances for Black, but also really good holding chances for White too. You know, so Rook E2 hard White after such a good fight back there. and black put that one away. Okay. Oh, good lord. Well, we've only got 11 moves there, so I think something wrong. So this is the Iron English. I'm sure he's been reading Ginger GM and Simon and Richard Palliser's book on the Iron English. Well, looking quite good for White, getting in everything that he wants, F4, for example. But yeah, that's all the moves we've got. So presumably something happened. So Chi Xiang, says Mark. So
Okay.
that we should be pronouncing it Chi Xiang. Okay, so then QI is Chi, and then the X is also like a TS maybe. Chi Xiang Han. Okay, that sounds good. So we'll stick with that. Then Alex Gow against Theo Lidin. Let's have a look how that went. Oh, that was a good old Stafford Gambit again.
Excellent.
But knight
very
F3.
popular for the juniors, because that was. Oh, I've forgotten whose video it is that was making everyone play it. American guy.
Ben Feingold or
no? I think the other one.
Eric Rosen.
No.
John Bartholomew.
Maybe. I think John Bartholomew, but let me.
So well, we've transposed into a sort of an exchange French, really. So that's quite okay. Fantastic. Thanks, Mark. So bishop a5, b4. Ooh, straight away in with an old Saccharuni, but probably a little bit over optimistic, that one. Bishop g4, takes. So White's basically a piece up here, and in principle, they should be working on wins this pawn as well. So yeah, that's going to be good. Yeah, I've never faced Stafford Gambit before, but
no, it's new. It's new. It's like been trendy in the last year or so.
Year and a half. Yeah. It's just having a look to see who all those people.
Yeah, it's on chess.com. Stafford Gambit Thumbin S. Who you maybe know who that is. I'm not sure.
No idea. It's but okay, that's cool. So that was the under eights. That's the under eights. Just have a quick look. Oh yeah, board one has finished in the win for George against Bodana. And yes, this one we've seen before. Yeah, the rest we'd already seen. So let's move on to the under 10s. Oh, and there was a big board one game there between Jan Moravsky and Harry Bryant. And
yes,
that seems tended in Jan's favour. So let's have a look. So what do we get? We get this rather unusual move order. Bishop g5. Normally black plays h6 here, just to put the question to the bishop immediately. After castles, Jan went bishop e2, and we're back into an Averbach system. And Jan goes bananas.
Oh, I used to play c5, I think, against the Averbach.
Yeah, c5. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of moves here. C5, knight a6 is quite popular as well.
Knight a6, yeah.
Knight e7 has also been played, but yeah. I mean, h6 is also a move as well.
Yeah, but knight c6 is a normal one, is it?
No, knight c6 is quite unusual, actually.
Yeah,
but they've been played. I mean, the bishop e2, bishop e3 system. Hey, Nizai. So bishop e2, bishop e3 system has been played quite a lot. It was something I actually played a lot as a teenager. I thought it was my system, basically. And then I stopped playing it, but it's become very popular recently. But knight c6 against that has become almost the main move. And I saw it in an engine game between Leela and Stockfish, and both Leela and Stockfish, when they got it as black, played it. And I said, "This is so amazing." And then Gawain said to me, "Yeah, but this is normal. Everyone's it." They just sort of think, "Oh, good lord, these bizarre moves."
Theory's moved on, Matthew.
Theory has moved on, indeed. It's so g4. Funny enough, it was in my notes as knight c6 in that position as interesting but unlikely to be played. My notes from 1990 3 or 4 or something, you know. So I had, I obviously thought that it was interesting. Jonathan Schrantz as well. Okay, advocate for Stafford. Yeah, C5 against the Averbark is normal.
Okay, all right, Eric Rosen, thank you.
G4 is a little bit loopy, to be honest, I have to say. You should, when the knight comes C6, D5 is pretty good, really, in this position, I think. Especially with the bishop on G5, because after D5, knight E5, F4, then knight G4 doesn't hit a bishop on E3, you know, so because G4, E5, D5, knight D4, you know, this is lovely for black, really. You know, this is really what black wants, to get a knight there. And normally after F3, after something, the next move you follow up with is to play C5 and just cement that knight onto D4.
Yeah.
And in principle, this is a lovely version of this for black. You know, I mean,
so is G4's the main line then, basically?
No, G4's a bad move.
Bad move. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I would think that D5 would be the most critical move for white. Funnily enough, you know, this knight C6. It was really when the King's Indian became popular. First of all, you know, in the 1920s. Funnily enough, the English players of that time were at the forefront of it. In particular, Fred Yates, who was player. And he always played knight C6 against the King's Indian, and then always aimed to follow up with the bishop is not on G5, but with knight D7 and E5. But he always played knight C6. So it's really funny to see, it's been ignored, you know, for all these years, and then suddenly popping up in lots of lines. There is, I mean, if anyone ever fancies seeing a quite amazing game, then it's Irva against Yates. I think sometime in 1923, 24, 25. The most amazing King's Indian game you've ever seen, and you can't believe that it's played, you know, in the 1920s and not in the 50s and 60s, you know, in the heyday of the King's Indians. So really quite amazing. Okay. F3, H6, bishop E3, bishop D7.
It's funny because I would have thought of Irva as a more modern player than Yates. Yates feels like from ages ago, and Irva feels like quite recent.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, the point is, Fred Yates died in when was it? 1940s, anyway. But he was very young. He was about he was in his 40s, I think, and even a little bit younger. He was during the war. He had he was in his bedsit, and I think the gas furnace was defective, and it asphyxiated during the night, unfortunately. So he died very young, but in penury as well, you know. And but Irva really was from that period as well, you know. I mean, but Irva, of course, lived much longer. I mean, he died in was 81 or something, and
that'll be
it. His career spanned, you know, just a huge distance. But I mean, they were kind of. He was probably a bit younger than Yates, but they were sort of contemporaries, really. Because I think Irva was born in 1900, something like that, and I think Yates was 1880 something or other. So, sorry, I'm going on and on about it. It's one of my big enthusiasms, the English players of that era. Hi, Macbeth, and really love that. I love the 1920s period for chess. You know,
1901. You're right, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Max Irva. Machiavellis Irva.
Yeah, Machiavellis, very old-fashioned Dutch name. So
I never knew that. I always thought he was just Max Machiavellis. Okay.
Yeah. It's but I mean, you know, if you're going to play against lots of foreigners, I mean, Irva is bad enough to pronounce for foreigners, but you know, Machiavellis. So okay, so H4, H5, G5, knight H7. So yeah, I would have gone. I said I would have played C5 earlier, and you know, in this sort of situation with a pawn 5, you could just take on F4, for example. You know, which would be great. So Jan's really going for it. I mean, to be honest, I do think that if you took on E2 and took on F4, then Black's got a pretty good position, to be honest. But because you know the whole white position is very open, lots of weak light squares. But Harry sort of plays rook e8, and now f5, and this is starting to get quite unclear now. Chief takes f5, bishop h5. It's a total mess, basically. So, I mean, I really think that black should now be going into full bananas mode and start playing b5 and c6, and we've got to get things going now. I mean, that's basically what's got to happen. And what black does, it's a little bit solid. Yeah, this is actually suddenly, the position's changing, and what we're ending up with is we're swapping off all black's active pieces. We're going to get our king safe, and yeah, and actually, it's the black king that's going to be weak there. So now that's an interesting idea from black, just to not just exchanging, but bringing the queen to a better square. So that's a pretty interesting idea. Queen e fastles fe. So still unclear, still very unclear this game. Queen e2, queen f4. Ooh, king b1, bishop g4. A bit of a tactic there, rook f1, and now probably I don't think that black should have played bishop e2. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Bit of a tricky one, that one. I think bishop f3 was maybe better here, and just you've got a great bishop on f3, so keep it there. Because bishop e2 is very tempting. It's winning a pawn, but it turns out not to be that easy to do stuff, because we're threatening knight takes c4 and knight f6 somehow. You can't go e3 because of rook takes c4. So it's just one of those, it's a bit unfortunate, really. It's a bit of a tricky position there. And if you go bishop d3, I'll probably go king d2, I guess. Well, that might have been well worth doing it, actually. Maybe bishop d3 here was best. And then just rook f8 to challenge. That looks quite promising, to be honest. Rook e5 was played, then rook e4. And unfortunately, rook e4, knight e4, bishop d5 allows knight f6 check.
Yes. So,
and we're also attacking this bishop on here. Now, you could have just taken off and taken on a2, which was maybe not silly. Just start grabbing some pawns and all of that. Black played b5, rook e1, rook e8, and b3. Oh, dear me! And now this is starting to look a bit difficult now. Especially, I'm not sure about that exchange either, because now we get king d2, e4, king e3, and it's just gone horribly wrong all of a sudden. Really, I mean, it looked like black was I mean, black was on top. Then it got a bit more unclear, but yeah, black won this pawn, and then somehow. I think maybe didn't quite wasn't quite sure how to proceed. Was thinking, oh, what's the best way to get an advantage? And thank you.
61.
A promising 61. So yeah, and somehow maybe got a bit stuck. Thinking, oh, I've got so many tempting possibilities, and ended up in the end not choosing. Yeah, not choosing anything. So and here all of a sudden this ending is horrible. So yeah, and this one is just winning. So yeah, very thank you, Go Jetta.
Thank you.
I mean, so yeah, very tough game, this one. But yeah, just yeah, I think Jan just sort of played very, very aggressively right from the start, and yeah. Things went wrong along the way, but he
got away with it. Yeah,
he kept on going, and I think basically, I think Harry probably, instead of just going for something that was, I think he was probably looking for a win, rather than just saying, okay, I'll grab a pawn, I'll be up a pawn, and then we'll see whether that's enough for a win. Thank you. We've got the whole group now. Fantastic. So yeah, great game. I mean, but a big matchup between two players who are playing very, very well. Oh, this is quite a big one, actually. So Emil Steiner's beat Kai Hanash, who's played some excellent games there. So let's see how this one went. Oh, gambits galore! Yay!
Yes, another one.
I played this one as well with white. Quite dangerous. The one annoying line is if black plays at b4 and then takes on c3. That's and then goes d6. That's always been the annoying one. That there's not, that always seems to to neutralize a lot of white's initiative. But if you get this sort of position, then it's suddenly very dangerous. And this is very natural play for black in a king's pawn opening, but it gets hit with queen b3. And knight a5 check.
Queen b3, yes, Macbeth.
King e7, and then bishop g5 check. The English Gambit Championships, you could say that, couldn't you? Queen a4 takes.
English Gambit Champs.
It's not terrible for black, this, but just the king's uncomfortable. You're just going to get checked in lots of unpleasant ways, it seems. Okay, black sort of works his way out of it. Sorry, I'm saying ooh. I've got to explain that. I was looking at e5 actually. I was wondering whether e5, d takes c5, bishop f6 was good. But you go bishop f6, queen g4, and then you take on d2. This knight's hanging, so not there yet. The tactics. Queen d4, h6, bishop h4, a5. With black, I'd really be looking to get my king to safety. Maybe play it over to h8 or something. Because this is feels very airy, and well, what you actually see happens here is f4, and then what happens here? Knight takes e4 played.
Gosh, can you take on
e7, and then I would have expected black now to play queen takes e7.
You have to play queen takes, otherwise the knight's on priest.
But I'm guessing that rook e1 is quite
rook e1, and it still wins it.
Well, bishop f5 is still possible, but I guess you can play knight 2. It's just there's hitting moves with c5, so I'm not completely sure that it's winning, but it's probably is winning. But I think you should have tried it rather than this move, because here just knight takes e4 and we're a piece up here simply. So somehow black got a little confused there somehow, I think. After this it's just oh good lord, sorry, I'm going way too fast all of a sudden. F5 is huge. This bishop on g4 is in trouble, and this is a good move, f6. These are always good moves when I like it when juniors spot these. Just not bothering about always attacking something of mine, but just say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going for the king. No worries.
Macbeth, you're talking about Danishes again. We're gonna all get hungry.
And queen h8 check, and if king goes to the second rank, then queen h7 picks up the queen. So good game. Hard luck, black. That's had a good tournament until now. Oh, Alana Ashton against Cameron Groves. So Alana, we think the daughter of Adam Ashton,
yes, who's the finance director of the ECF.
Oh, okay. So we were telling the story about I played him at the 4NCL, and just in the morning, there I was, going to breakfast and focused, concentrated on the game ahead, and he had his two daughters getting breakfast, getting ready, daddy, can you do this? So it was and then we had a very long game, and I think I ground him down eventually in about 80 moves. But you really thought, there's a big difference really between the amount of time you've got to prepare when you're a father of several children, or when you're just acting like a chess professional like I do. So another Mora Gambit, Natasha.
Lovely.
I'm not going to believe that you haven't been coaching all these juniors. I'm afraid it's. So e5 d5. Okay.
Let's yes.
We'll have a quick look through this one, and then we'll move on to
that
one.
Yeah. We'll go on to that one next.
Knight b5, bishop b8, rook d1. So yeah, I mean, black's kind of there. We've got two bishops, but no weaknesses for black, and a few weaknesses really for white there. Yeah, this is just very difficult for black. Oh, that's a good move there. Sort of hitting on f2, and then takes and rook c2, and then yeah, the rook's lost, and there's a couple of pawns. There's a couple of pawns extra there. So okay, so let's have a look. We've got a oh well, I think that was the next game anyway. Ooh, okay. What's happening here?
It's the good Jess's brother is playing black here.
Oh, so okay, so king h8 is going to be sort of necessary here, I'm guessing. Or could we perpetual actually? Could we go rook f5? Yeah, I think so. EF.
It's been agreed draw, and it looks like.
Queen check. Oh, it's been agreed a draw. Yeah, I think rook takes f5 was the move, and that's going to lead to a draw by perpetual. So let's have a look. How did that all happen? So e4 c5. Oh, does anyone know what the system is called, Natasha?
Oh, I'm not going to. I think I know. I think it begins with V. But I think it was played also in the Carlsen and Caruana match.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Nizai is right, actually. It's a Kalashnikov, it's called.
Ah.
And well, Sveshnikov is when you've included knight f6 and knight c3. So yeah. and that was in the indeed in the Carlsen Caruana match. Well, Caruana Carlsen actually, because Magnus was playing it as black. The Kalashnikov, the difference is that white can play c4. Actually, this is a big favourite of Demis Hassabis, CEO of DeepMind, and who created AlphaZero. So yeah, I've looked at these quite a bit, these lines, and yeah, in principle they're fine, but I can just never get too excited, really. That's right, Mark. Oh, Danny King's just released a Chessable course on it. Oh, that's true. I remember seeing that, actually. So that'll be a good course, actually, because we've been sort of missing a book on it. There was a book by Neil MacDonald, English grandmaster, time ago. He was one of the first strong players, certainly in England, to pick up the Kalashnikov. But that book's from about 1990. There was quite a good book by two French players who grandmasters who I forget the names, unfortunately, but it was astonishingly complicated. My goodness me, so many variations. I couldn't yeah, it's truly one of the easiest Sicilians to pick up, but with this book I have to say it was quite extraordinary. I was really getting lost in all of it. So yeah, it's just yeah, the problem is I just quite like the white positions, really. You know, I've got this very stable center, and I always worry with black that I'm going to end up in a position where I don't have any counterplay. You know, so it's yeah. But okay, f5 played. I mean, I would probably take on f5 there, but f3 played and bishop h4. Ooh, that is actually a pawn sacrifice. It takes. Rook f6, rook g6. Wow, not a bad pawn sacrifice, you know. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's one of the big problems with white of playing 1e4 and playing open Sicilians. You know, there's so many of them. There's a zillion of open Sicilians that you have to look at. So yeah, this is quite a nice sack. I probably would have gone queen h4 here, to be honest. That feels very true. And actually slightly perturbing, I have to say. How are you dealing with rook h6, actually? So maybe you can go bishop f1, but I think, yeah, queen b6 is sneaky, but yeah, you get hit by knight d5, so it's probably not the best move there. Take, h3. No, it's a little bit... Black's wasted a little bit of time here. Could have, if you could have played queen h4 quickly and knight f6 to h5, could have been very dangerous, I think. So c5, rook d8, but still counterplay. So black going for it. h8, and then we go with knight h5 and knight g3.
Oh, this is nice.
So takes, yeah, because we're threatening rook h2 and then queen h6 to h1. So white hits the breaks with rook d6 there, giving up the exchange. But yeah, this is actually a very clever idea. What white did. Check in f2. Yeah, that's a difficult one to assess. Yeah, this won't be worse for white.
So black could have drawn if he'd wanted to.
I think black's got the advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think white did a sterling job there in the of defending that. And all of a sudden, you've got to watch out with black here. Queen h1, queen f2, king c2, knight d6. Yeah, I mean this black giving it a good go, to try and get some advantage, but white handling it very well. And well, in the end, we got to our. I mean, black trying everything, right?
Yeah,
everything to avoid the draw. So the knight f5 second, yeah, rook f5, followed by queen g2 would be a draw. So incredible. White was very short of time.
Okay, amazing.
So Go Jetta on chess.com, it shows that yeah, white was winning most of the time. I'm not surprised that this position with knight versus rook was maybe quite good for white, but I think often that's not really the point in practical game. I think it's clear that once black sacrificed, black was going for full out for the win, and then it doesn't really matter whether you're better or worse. It's just your the desire that you show that really matters. So, but yeah, excellent play from both players. Very good, very very good. Really entertaining.
What I'm going to do now is turn on this camera. I want it to be small. I think it'll go big first. So if you turn your one off and on again. Oh no, I have to do that. I'll turn that one off. Do you want to should we just see just have a look at the players starting off in the championship? So just see, they're all in the room now. And I'm trying to recognize the players we can see. That's Andrew Ledger walking around.
Indeed. I'm not sure who's closest to the camera. I don't recognize him. Yeah, I can see Keith. You can recognize that gleaming bald spot, can't you? From anywhere.
Is that Keith? And Keith's playing. Oh, no. Hebs is playing Freddy Gordon, isn't he?
Freddy Gordon. Yeah, I'm looking for Hebs. I can't see Hebs. He might be off camera. Eggy and Gorms. That's right. Eggy and Gorms on.
Okay, Eggy and Gorms.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Looking for. I'm trying to see discern Mark somewhere. I think maybe he's. I think they were quite high up, weren't they? So I think he's probably. He's probably just on the right there. It's just looks like a good old English tournament hall, doesn't it? Really, it's
yes. This is it's Stephen Greep's camera, so he's organised that, and Matt Carr's helping with all the setup of everything.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to put your screen back big, but we'll keep the small one on so you can still see it. There you go.
Fantastic. We'll work through the rest of these games, and then we can have a look.
Yeah, I think so. We'll just finish these ones off, and then head to the championship.
Oh, Mark, that's right. Matthew Cornett and Fabienne Ditsevsky. That's right. 2013 book. That was the super complicated Kalashnikov book.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
I mean, as always with those things, full of admiration for all the work that the authors have put in. But yeah, just in terms of wanting something quick, where you just say, okay, let's just pick it up. That was a bit okay. So
I had those with Graham Burgess's books, like in the 90s on the Alekines, and he wrote this huge kind of A4 size book with stacks of just like no words in it at all, but just analysis. And I actually tried to learn some of that stuff, which did help, but it sort of expires, doesn't it? If you just learn move.
It can be a bit tough, really. It can be a bit tough to learn that stuff.
You kind of then wonder why you're learning it.
This is Peng. It'll be Peng Chao.
Yeah,
is that right?
Peng Chao.
Peng Chao Zhu. Okay, against Rukaya Rida. So this is a good old. This is I played this one as well as a young player.
Yes, and it comes out to G3, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's actually recommended by Ray Keane in his book.
Yes.
Was it An Aggressive Opening Repertoire for White? A very good book, actually. Plenty of very interesting stuff about d4. So, and he recommended this system, which was not bad. Actually, Black playing it very riskily here. F5 takes, because we can. The nice thing about this knight is we can put a knight onto h5 actually, which is a rather unpleasant square for to have a knight there. But yeah,
the telephone book is a good description. Is that's kind of what it was reminding me of.
Yeah, to be honest, Nisa, yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, Pung says Mark.
Oh, is it?
Pung Xiao. Oh, okay. It's not Peng, it's Pung. Pung Xiao.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mark. To be honest, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not a typical strong player anymore. But I can't cope with analysis in books anymore. I mean, the point is, everyone has an engine. So, if I really want to, to have some concrete variations, I can just, put a position in and switch on my engine. But when I'm reading a book, just reading, what I really want to do is I want to get some explanation of what it's like, and I really want a lot of words and maybe not so many variations. It's and yeah,
that's what we were doing when we were writing Game Changer, and you put in a whole lot of stuff, and I was cutting out, wasn't I?
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I always put it. I mean, I also take stuff out. I mean, it's just you always put put stuff into the book originally because it's to explain everything, and then you read it again, and then you try and work out where are those variations necessary, and I mean, what I also like doing is yeah, I mean, I don't know, but that that's part of it. But I mean, I think in general, for me, I mean, you can take several approaches. You can either not have variations in books, or you can say, look, you've got two things. You've got words and variations, and if you want to read through the variations, that's extra. But if you don't read the variations, then the words should still be there to explain what's happening. And I think that's kind of that's also a pretty good approach. But I do think words are the most important, because I don't know. But also, when I'm reading books, I really like, just being able to learn stuff without, really having to make a huge effort. And with lots and lots of variations.
I'm not involved with the new book. It was an idea we talked about doing together at one point, but no, not in that one. But we are doing a filming Game Changer on video.
Exactly. Getting very close now. So this is not so good, Bishop F6. I think not really the idea you want to do there. You're sort of giving away the dark square there. Yeah. That's oh, and this has gone a bit painful now. So Queen G5 and then F4 and Rook H4. Oh, Bishop F5. Was that necessary? Oh yeah, Queen G6 check was coming in. That's why. That was quite sneaky. F5 and Queen H4. Queen A1. Oh, and Queen A1. A lot of material gone there. So that Bishop A7, Rook F6. Just in time.
Going knight B1 to keep the queen cut out.
Knight B1. Yeah, but I can take on A2 though, I suppose.
Yeah, so, it's not going to work.
It's not really
too much material.
I was wondering whether there was something you could do here, because it feels like you should have maybe some sort of stuff, but I can't really see.
Well, knight D1 would be better on that sort of idea.
Yeah, every single one of White's pieces
was still not going to be enough.
Yeah, no, it's yes, that's right, Mark. That's right. We're making a series of videos for that. So that should be good fun. Yeah, okay. So that one, well played, black. Hard luck, white. Let's have a little look. What have we got here? Shian Ward against Shambhavi Hariharan. So, one of these Karakan exchanges, very popular nowadays. At the a lot of the top players have tried it. Struggling to make headway against the Karakan, so you just try something else. This is yeah, pretty equal basically. Just not much happening. H5 is a strange move. Ooh. Wondering slightly what the idea of that was. Like starting to move a lot of pawns, and I'm sort of thinking, maybe get your king castled first. But well, looks like it happens in the end. Takes. Queen e5 and g4. Ooh, wow. Some funny stuff going on here. H4, but actually black's doing quite well here. Just advancing and yeah, Carlsbad pawn structure, by the way. So. But you just wonder a little bit whether somewhere that black king is going to the weakness of the black king is going to cause an accident somewhere. A little advantage for white, I think, but for black rather. But yeah, not too bad. Oh, indeed, I think that's what happened, isn't it? So after queen d3, I mean, king g7 is what you want to play here, but black played queen g6 happened. Ooh, and that's going to be very nasty there. Queen f7, king g2, knight do, rook e2. White playing very calmly here. My goodness, it's very hard for black to free himself there, and this is quite a nice idea. Here, queen d8, rook e1. Oh well, it looks like black's maybe. I mean, we could do something like queen f8, for example, and just try and give up some material just to hold on. Amazing passage, this really. D5, e takes d5. Oh, rook e7.
E7.
D4, knight e4, and that's really gone now. H2 check, king there, takes. And oh, queen e7. I hadn't spotted that one at all. But yeah, it all looks quite good for white there. Queen b7 and queen h6 check would be made. Crazy game. We've got Rock Yu against Luoko Wang. Just play quickly through this one again. Oh, an Iron English. I'm sure this has come from Richard Palliser and Ginger GM. 98 f5. Quite a nice system, really, to play with white. I think just quite simple and get plenty of space and yeah, just good position for your pieces, really. I'd be quite tempted to play just h3 now and g4, g5, really playing like that. But queen c8, knight d5, takes, a5. Now, actually, a4 here would not be silly at all. Possibly preface with knight c3, and then you just play a4 and knight b5 and block this b file. And then afterwards you just keep on going on the king side. I think, yeah, I guess white was a little bit worried about knight g4. It would have been handy to have played knight g4, I think, before h3 before taking action first of all. So black gets a little bit of counterplay here. But that's done a pretty good job here, and actually black's position looking quite good all of a sudden with all these dark squares. Look at that. Knight d4, knight g4. Was knight g4 necessary? I don't know. Be tempted to keep a knight, but it's not bad. This should be good for white, really. Rook e2, king g7. To black rather. Bishop f3, rook a3, bishop d1, rook 8, rook a8, king d2, rook a2, a1, rook b1. Draw is going to be agreed soon. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get onto the H file, I think.
It's quite hard. I mean, but I think that black. I mean, if anyone's better here, it's black's got a real. Would definitely be black. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how to do it really, but rook b2 followed by rook 8 a2. Just add some pressure. I mean, you're pretty safe over here really. So, it's well, you've got to watch out, I suppose, for g5 tricks or something. But probably you just play g5 with black. Just to have a solid kingside structure. Just have a solid kingside structure, and then, in all fairness, I mean, g5 here could have been quite dangerous, couldn't it? Bishop g5, f takes g6. Maybe f takes g6 is possible. Not sure. Rook f2. Some dangerous. That could have been quite dangerous actually. G5 in this position, I think. And I think black should have gone g5 earlier just to completely consolidate this kingside. But I would have thought that the black should be able to do something. It was just, I was a little bit nervous about swapping off the knights like that because, without knights, it might be difficult to make all the inroads you want to. Whereas with a knight, you've got all sorts of breaks. Maybe
just for a moment, you've got to look at this. Oh, sorry, that didn't work. There's if you look in close up, Freddy Gordon against Hebs, and he's wearing Freddy's wearing his face mask.
He's looking quite tiny, isn't he, Freddy?
He's looking really tiny.
So
oh, it's really sweet.
We'll look at.
We will look at that in a minute. I'm just spotted it and thought people might like to see.
That's nice. So, and let's have a look at the last game. Rishab Das against Daria Kataria. So this was another Caro-Kann exchange. Bishop b5, not such a great move really. The bishop's, not really great on this diagonal. It's just looking at a bit of a wall really. But okay, and it's not crucial or anything. Oh, good lord, we lost a piece there.
Oops.
Queen h5, e6, castle g6, bishop g7. Ooh, might have brought that knight back into play because I think that's going to cost us a pawn in return.
His Hibernian soccer shirt.
But this was pretty good for black, and black put it away. I think you see the next couple of moves is where it really happens. Rook takes c2 with a winning position there. Okay, shall we have a look at the some excellent game?
Look at Freddy against Hebs, don't we? That's.
Let's have a little look. So it's on chess.
Link, all right, I can give you the link.
It's on chess 24, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the British Championship, so I will give you the link.
I'm logged in, so that's good. Watch live tournaments, British Championships. I've got it there. Round 2. Now let's have a look. We needed to do something with the board, didn't we, to make it look a bit bigger?
Oh, because I don't have the margin when I do. Yeah, that's it.
I meant like that. Is that all right, or is that too small?
Can you make it bigger? And if you can't, it's all right. But I could share mine, and it's a bit bigger.
Trying to work out how to do
that. That
this.
looks okay. That looks all right.
Maybe if I can just get that margin. There we are. Well, tell it if it's not. Yeah, we'll see what we can do there. That's the best I can get it for the moment.
Oh, wait a minute. I just have to. I'm just going to put that one back on, and then yours off and on. So we've still got the video. There we go.
Fantastic. Okay, so Freddy Gordon against Mark. Oh, okay, interesting.
We've got to go straight there. Yeah, tiny. Are you talking about Freddy or the board, Ocelot? I think he might be talking about the board.
He might be talking. Tiny.
I can share mine if it's better.
Wait, I'm sure I can do something. There we are. That's how I do it.
Oh gosh, he's played a bit of a pawn thrust.
Oh, good Lord. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay, that's much better.
Much
Okay,
better.
great. Yeah, I need to up the resolution on my screen. That's the thing. So yeah, now this is actually quite interesting. This is one of Mark's own. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just switching between sites. It's yeah, Chess24's got a lot of stuff going around the board there. So yeah, now this is a Mark speciality actually. Against Bishop C4, he's always favoured the good old Hungarian at times. So it does not have a good reputation, the Hungarian, I have to say. There's supposed to be plenty of ways to get an advantage, but Mark, believes in it and has played an awful lot. Interesting to see that he didn't repeat, because Freddy had this game against Mickey at the British Online Championships with Knight F6. Interesting to see that Mark didn't repeat that, but he played his endgame line against Freddy. Now, two possibilities here. You can go D5, Knight B8, which leads to sort of closed positions, or you can play this ending, which is supposed to be quite good for white. But yeah, I mean that's.
I think Hebs is thinking because he's a junior, he wants to get him in an endgame.
Indeed, that's not a bad approach. I mean, I might just have a little look.
Oh, Nazaire, you were discussing Hungarian with Hebs.
I'm actually going to have a tiny little look at the theory of this because I have to say I've never really dived into the theory of this line. It's a very unusual line. So let me just have a quick look and we'll see. Because I mean, I imagine that Freddy has prepared for this. So
I'm sure he would have. Yeah,
I would imagine.
I'm sure both players would have thoroughly prepared for this.
I imagine that he's not surprised by this. Put it that way.
Yes, I see what you mean.
So who's been playing this? Yeah, we've got some games of Mark in here. You see them coming up straight away. So and who else has played this? Artemiev has played one game with it. But yeah, Campora, a few good players, but hasn't really been played at the top level. So let's have a look. So Knight C3, that's by far the most popular move, and then F6 from Hebs, which is not the most common idea, as always with Hebs. He's got his own ideas about it. Bishop E3. Freddy not playing slowly there, so I would imagine that he's still in some sort of preparation there. Knight to A5. Feels risky, but that's the most common move, and I think we're still following a game of Mark's actually. So yeah, we seem to be. And now the move Bishop B5 check, which is quite interesting. Now, in a game in the World Seniors, actually, Sveshnikov played Bishop E2 against Mark. And we got the following. Let's just have a look how that went. That was a draw in the World Seniors in 2014. So it went Bishop E6, Knight D2, Knight E7, A3, Knight C8, B4, Knight C6, Bishop C4, takes, Knight B6. And Hebs drew this. Without, I don't think he was particularly uncomfortable there. It's quite a solid little line there. So that was Hebs against Sveshnikov. Sveshnikov, yeah, it's seniors. He's 25-17. Strong player, Sveshnikov. So, but okay. So this is Bishop E2, but Bishop B5 check has been played. Not that often, and by one quite strong player back in 1981, Ginda, and also by another strong player, Kovalyev, 2550 rated in 2008, but not very common. This, I mean, we're really, you know, being slightly unusual. So bishop b5 check, c6 most common move, and bishop d3. And the bishop d3 actually is a novelty over the board. Bishop e2 was played by most people. So and how did those games go? Bishop e2, bishop e6, knight d2, b5, castles. Yeah, I mean most games have gone c6. They went bishop e2, bishop e6.
In general, is this quite drawish, this line?
Yeah, I mean, in general, black plays this to get a draw, not to play for a win, really. You know, in principle.
Wouldn't be playing for a draw, would he? Or would he? He could be scared.
No, but you know, it's just the context, right? I mean, you know, I mean, he's aiming to you know, to avoid any surprise in the opening, and he's assuming that he'll be able to you know, to outplay a junior in a long game.
Yeah.
But in principle, I would say that, you know, if Hebs plays this against someone like Sveshnikov, for example, then it's just to hold and to make a solid draw. You know, that's the
yeah. No, you're right. Gary 160. Yeah, Freddy's way stronger than 1500, of course. So yeah, it's not good value if you're looking at your rating to play him at the British, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but is 1523 really a FIDE rating? I don't think it is.
Oh, I'll look it up in the background.
I think he might just count as unrated, in which case.
Okay, then it's not so bad. Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
In which case, you don't really care, you know, from that point.
And you don't care. You just, yeah.
You just have to play it and see. But yeah, I mean, this position. I was looking in correspondence actually to see whether we've got anything like that, but there's no big correspondence games in this line. And bishop d3, yeah, I mean, bishop d3 really does seem to be a new idea, really. Let me just try one more database that I've got.
They don't say anything about it not being a proper FIDE rating. Don't know how that. It just says standard 1523.
Okay.
Don't know. Most people, how is he saying Freddy's about 2000, somewhere between this narrow band of 2000 and 2300.
Okay, so no, I mean, I haven't found any games in this, so it looks like yeah, I mean, it looks like bishop d3 is a new idea. So now, what's interesting about this is that
Mark, sorry, someone on this Magic Hotel is saying the bottom board is showing us 1-0 already.
Oh, okay. Or is that? Oh, strange. Okay. So bishop d3. So actually interesting to try and think. I mean, only 51 seconds on this, so I imagine this is probably prepared. Interesting to think what the idea might be in comparison to bishop e2. And quite interesting as well that Mark didn't play bishop e6. He has indeed. He drew with Mickey Adams at the online British.
He did, but not just that. He also beat Heb. So this is a rematch.
Yeah. So bishop b6 is what you'd really expect, because if b4, then we go knight c4. So after bishop e6, what was White's intention here? I mean, I'm guessing knight d2. I'm wondering whether would b3 be completely stupid? Yeah. I'm just trying to work out what the point could be of bishop to d3 somehow, and I mean, you could look for a plan with moving the knight somewhere else, maybe. I don't know. Knight d2 feels kind of natural, I have to say. And then we're threatening b4 again. So b5. Well, to be honest, actually, from this point of view, yeah, I mean, actually, we could. The nice thing about having the bishop on d3 is that we can play the king to e2 maybe quickly, have the king in the center, and not need to, you know, not need to have it right over here. So that might actually help with a few lines. But again, you know, after b5, I'd expect you to go b4. If you go knight b7, then a4 is pretty strong. If you go knight c4, whoopsie, if you go knight c4 in this position, we could get something quite similar to what's been happening. Takes, b takes c4, yeah, a4 or something. Knight a4 looks quite pleasant yeah, looks quite pleasant. I mean, so Mark's gone b5 and Freddy's gone b4, and Mark's gone knight c4, and then takes, and Freddy's gone king e2.
Okay.
So I mean, I think that was the idea of bishop d3. I think. Hey, Matt, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Everything's
Thanks,
running
Matt. You can
Matt,
see we've got the live stream on as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks very much for that,
the
Matt.
Camera.
Adds a lot to see that. So yeah, king e2. To be honest here, yeah, I don't like Mark's position at all. But I mean, I think this must be Mark's intention. I mean, you know, he's well prepared and he's got his systems. But in general, I just quite like this for white. I mean, I'm going. You know, knight d2. I'm going knight a4 to c5. I could even, you know, do stuff like rook b1 and b5 and just start, you know, moving simply.
Do you think that pawn on c4 will drop off?
Well, it's either going to drop off or Black's going to time himself in not defending it. You know, those big dangers. To be honest, I think, you know, the nice thing about, you know, putting the king on e2 is that if Mark goes bishop b6, then the king's just ready to recapture with a king on e3, you know, rather than being over here. So I think that's pretty good. Knight e7.
Gary 160, we saw some amazing games from the under 8s. If I don't know if you managed to catch it this morning, but have a look at the games this morning. There were some really good ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I mean, there's just quite a few different plans here. I mean, you know, knight d2, just attacking this one. Although I guess what you could claim now is that with a king on e2. Knight d2 takes c4 is maybe a bit more risky because we might have bishop a6. That's possible. I'd maybe say that white's going to try and play a move like a4 and b5, or rook b1 and b5, and just try and play dynamically, or even go rook d1 or something like that. I mean, I just like white's position here. You know, what can I say? It's just, but we'll see. I mean, you know, in some ways, you can say we'll play an ending against a junior. But I do have to say that the way that Freddy played against Keith, I mean, he lost the rook ending in the end, but his play in this phase of the game, you know, the queenless middle game phase, was extremely strong. So I don't think he's. I think he's. You know, it's not. He's just sort of a good. He's a good solid player. You know, it's not something like. You know, get him into an ending and he's hopeless. I mean, he's just really strong.
No. Yeah, I tried that tactic of going to a junior against an endgame before, and it was this really tiny kid, and I got them into a king and pawn ending, and then they went and beat me in it. It's it doesn't guarantee.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're going to see, but so far, yeah, I don't like this opening very much for Black, but yeah. I don't know how much you know prep Mark has got, because he's been playing this, you know, he's played this system for a very long time. He's played against some very strong players, so you know it could be that Mark thinks that this ending is okay, but to me it looks very difficult. So oh, okay, the bottom board game is running again, says Magic Hotel, so must have been an electrical fault or something. Okay, interesting stuff.
Yeah,
we're going to see. Let's go to the top board. Sorry, David and Danny. We had to
check in on. Youth and experience. It's a classic struggle.
So this is a Najdorf, bishop e3, and white playing the solid system, knight f3. Knight b3 is the very sharpest. Seems to be comfortable for Black. Well, comfortable. In the sense that the Najdorf is comfortable, but Black seems to be doing pretty okay with masses of preparation. This is a Karma system.
A5. A Karma system.
A Karma system.
Oh, not the like Karma. Karma system. We needed a chess opening called a Karma system. It has to be a very peaceful one.
Owl versus King. Oh, Eggleston versus Gormley is just as good, Tariq. So
Okay.
I think I've definitely had this actually with black one time. I think I always used to play systems with H6 though to stop the knight coming to G5. So knight G5 played by David. So grabbing that that light squared bishop, which in principle I would have thought would be quite nice for white. Rook E1, Queen C6, but Danny doesn't seem too upset and playing like this. So Queen C6 is attacking the pawn on E4. Whether that one's really hanging is not so clear because after knight E4. I don't know, let's just say some random move. After knight e4, we've got a few different things. Most notably, bishop f3 with when b7 might be weak. I mean, I don't know, you might be able to hold it in some lines, but like this. But well, it's not a clear cut threat. Knight takes e4 will have to be calculated. Probably what white's hoping for, sort of, is to tempt white to play f3, and then this pawn also feels less weak because you're not having this possibility of going bishop to g4. Quite interesting this time. I mean, I have to say that I've been a Najdorf player for well, all my professional career. I was a Najdorf player, and well, also since about the age of 13 or something. So I played a lot of these positions, but I must say I always assumed that allowing the light square bishop to be exchanged for a knight was a bad idea. But looking at this, it's often one of those things. Somebody does something, and then you say, "Oh yeah, that's actually quite all right." It's actually not so bad. So that's sort of the feeling I've got at the moment. Yeah, interesting question. What should white play here? I mean, this is it's all quite exposed, really. Got a few ideas. I mean, bishop f3 is the sort of the default move that you might play. Just defending e4 and also holding back d5. In that case, though, what you do allow then is that black might be able to just play b5, and after ab, do something like knight b6, and you're no longer attacking this a6 pawn now that your bishop's moved from e2, so you're threatening to come in here. That's definitely one idea. You could even up the ante a little bit and play the move bishop d8, and can you do that? And then you're looking to take back with a bishop on b6 and swap off the dark squared bishops. The one thing that might be annoying in this specific position is this, which might end up.
And you might end up losing all those pawns.
Yeah, it's not clear. I mean, queen b2, or I don't know, not 100% clear, but probably a little bit unnecessary. I mean, you could also after bishop f3, which has been played, you could also just play the move bishop d8 straight away, and then play for b5. That might also be possible. Bishop f3 was played. It's probably the most sensible move. I mean, rook a4 was something that I was vaguely wondering about, because I'm threatening rook c4. Rather embarrassing the black queen, but I guess that you're going to play d5 then, which may work. I'm vaguely having the thought of taking here, but it's not going to be possible. No, don't be silly, Matthew. Just there are all sorts of random tactics. That's why I'm sort of wondering, really. But it looks. I mean, I would have thought that this can't be true. That it doesn't really work. Now, I mean, I was looking at bishop f3, e4, and then you start thinking about various sacks, and this one's hanging as well. So the rook's opposite. It's just this sort of conglomeration of tactics. I mean, maybe bishop d4. Conceivable. I mean, conceivable that there might be. Something vaguely interesting there, but that would be a very I think that's more. There are moves often that you sort of think, well, I'll play it when I'm prepared, and then there are moves that you think I'll play when I'm not prepared, and bishop f3 is a good sensible move there. So yeah, I mean, what is Danny going to play? As I said, b5 takes knight b6 is sensible, and then white's got to decide what you're going to do about the threat of knight c4. Another idea could be yeah, this move bishop d8 just to try and play b5 and then come with a bishop to b6. That could be quite interesting as well. In general, I quite like Black's position. I'm probably a little bit biased, but because it's an Eidolf. But yeah, I mean, Black seems to have done decently, from this. So I don't think that there's any huge danger for him. I mean, I'm sort of wondering how. I mean, you could not take that pawn, but that's normally not a good idea. Normally, having achieved b5 is quite a nice achievement for white.
I think you'd want to take it because it's threatening to go to b4 and then your c pawns.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just looking. I mean, if you could get a situation where you get the knight on b4 and a pawn on c3, that would be quite nice because you're attacking a pawn on a6, you're restricting d5, but it just doesn't seem to be really. Doesn't seem really possible. Rook e2, the knight. Not sure. A little bit. Again, that's a little bit weird. I mean, a takes b6 is the most natural, but you need a sort of a follow up now because knight c4 is threatened. I mean, I suppose you could say I'm going to meet knight c4 with bishop c1. Could do, I suppose. I mean, you could sort of say I go rook e2, knight c4, bishop c1, and then I'm going to move this knight and then chase you away with b3. That's possible. It's possible to play to sort of play an idea like that. This move bishop d8 I like, to be honest. Go rook e2, go b5. The only question is whether you can get some good pressure on d6, for example. I mean, if I went back there, you just come back here and you say, I've got him b5, I'm happy. But then maybe you could go knight a2 to b4. It's complicated. It's really complicated, this game. I mean, we're going to see what ideas both sides have got there. But I think as Black, I'd be looking for bishop d8, and trying to make the maximum of it. But it's not 100% clear. And otherwise, b5 looks like quite sensible. But and then I think ab knight b6 is normal, and then White's just got to try and find some way to parry the pressure against the b2 and c2 pawns, because on this open c file, really, and especially now the b file's open as well, this knight's got to move somewhere better. It's got to find a better spot than c3 because it's just a bit in the firing line. But maybe this move rook e2 is sort of possible. And if knight c4, we go bishop c1, and then we're just going to try b3 and get the pieces active.
Do you think Daniel will be going all out for a win today? He's playing the black pieces against David Eggleston.
Now, I'm not sure because, I mean, did you see his Facebook post?
No, I didn't.
Because he posted from yesterday, and apparently he overlooked and allowed a draw by perpetual.
Oh.
When he was converting his otherwise very impressive game. And he said, everyone already, he said, plenty of blunders yesterday, everyone very nervous. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Danny's going for there.
That's interesting that everyone's very nervous. I was thinking that it might be some kind of carnival atmosphere just because everyone's back playing and it's nice to see everyone.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's not quite like that then.
I think that for a lot of... Oh, did he offer a draw?
He offered a draw, but it wasn't heard.
Did he offer a draw, Macbeth? Or I thought maybe his silent draw offer was that he meant that he played this h3 move and that allowed a draw by perpetual. That was what I...
Gosh. Okay.
He really offered a draw. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether it was... Because Danny's always... Sometimes Danny, has got those turns of phrase. I wasn't... He offered it. Okay, right.
Okay.
But that was really, yeah. I mean, that was. But I think for many of these players, I mean, actually, this time, there's no, and I mean no disrespect to anyone in the tournament. There's none of the big names are there. So no Mickey, no David Howell. And they've been the big. They've really been, the big guys, in the last few years at British Championships, and So I think everyone feels, everyone in the tournament really feels, well, this could be my year. Either the top seeds, or even the players lower down, thinking, well, anything could happen really. So maybe there's a lot of nerves, based around that. I think, it's it surprised me as well to hear it. I thought, I definitely thought there would be nerves later on, because it's going to be a tight tournament. It could go any way. But it was surprised me.
Because Keith wants to do the double, doesn't he? The online
of course,
championships and the over the board championships.
Yeah, of course. That would be that would be an incredible, and the best chance ever. He came ahead of Mickey in the online. And now you've got a British championship where Mickey isn't playing. So and David Howell isn't either. So really, big chances there. So. Yeah, no, I sort of understood the comment. It just surprised me to hear it so early, but and also surprised me because Danny was playing so beautifully, But
actually, Danny's got very reasonable chances of winning this tournament. So I could actually imagine maybe the best chances he's ever had.
Yeah.
I could imagine that you'd be nervous for that.
Yeah. But I think as well. There's 9 rounds, right? So it's. There's going to be plenty of nerves later, so it's important for now just to make a good score. The thing is, I think you also have to say you don't need to make 100%, to win this tournament. I think 6.5, 7 is going to be tie for first, clear first. I think.
But also having like Freddy and Theo in the mix, and these juniors, which are a bit of an unknown quantity, I think that could make an experienced player quite nervous too.
And you've got guys like David Eggleston, who's made some great results for Cheddleton as well. They could easily get on a run and suddenly be in with a chance of winning. It's all possible really. So
it's going to be thrilling.
Yeah, for the spectators, it's a great one to watch. It's really very interesting. So, but yeah, it was an interesting moment there anyway. But yes, I don't know what Danny's, whether Danny's going to try and be solid or whatever. I'm not quite sure what he's going to be playing for. I think the best thing to do really is certainly for the early rounds. I'm just going to try and play normal aggressive, and if but I don't need to do anything crazy. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, I make a draw and I carry on, and I'll put myself into the mix, with 2 or 3 rounds to go, and then that's when the real business happens. I think that's probably the best approach. But yeah, obviously very easy to say when you're watching it from the armchair and not getting nervous. I do know that one year where I was, fair to say I was quite a big favourite at the British Championship. I got so utterly wound up that that I ended up, just falling apart in the last few rounds. So the British does have that special atmosphere, quite a
I think being the top seed is a bit of pressure, isn't it? Yeah. So I suppose Danny's is he number 2? He's number 2 seed, I think.
Number 2 seed, yeah. But you have tournaments like that have a special atmosphere. I've always found the British quite nerve-wracking, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Especially since there's us commentating as well. So if anything does go wrong, everyone's watching.
So Freddy's done something interesting there.
Okay, let's see.
Something I hadn't expected. Knight G6 and now A5. And then castles. Is Freddy going to go A6?
Freddy's white, right?
Freddy's white, yeah. Is Freddy going to go A6 now? Is this the idea?
I think he's going to try and take this. Oh, no, maybe he is. Maybe he is. You're right.
It's not silly. It's really not silly. It's but Mark's going to have knight f4 at some stage.
Because if you go A6, and then if you later then go knight D2, attacking the pawn, then black maybe goes bishop E6, but then you can do knight A4.
Yeah, A6 could be something. We've got to watch out for knight. I'm just trying to work out a little bit what the idea is. There's a few. Like knight f4 check is one idea, right? And it's a little bit unclear what you're going to do with the king. Are you going to take off and give black 2 bishops against 2 knights, or do you want to avoid that? I mean, if you want to avoid that, oops, sorry. If you want to avoid that, then you could try g3. Just, well, bishop g4, I can go h3. I mean, that's not an immediate worry, but then you do start wondering a little bit about if black starts going f5, am I going to be ruin my weak light squares somehow, and also the fact that I've got my king in the center.
I kind of don't like that g3.
No, I don't particularly like g3. But then you're probably committing yourself. Well, I mean, you could just play a move like
rook out. Yeah, rook out, and then you can drop the king back the other way.
You can come back. That's quite a decent idea. He has gone g3.
He's gone there. Oh no, I didn't like that.
It's a very consistent move. I mean, I'm not. I'm not. I'm certainly not criticizing the move, but I do think it's a very risky move. I would have fancied kind of. I mean, rook b1 with thinking of going a6 and b5. To be honest, would be quite interesting. I think very interesting strategy. To be honest. You're not aiming for this pawn. You're just keeping that one in reserve all the time, and you're just going for a big queenside bind. I don't know. I think that could have been quite strong. I think, but g3. Mark playing bishop e7 immediately. I'm wondering about that. It's terrible, isn't it? You start second guessing everyone's moves. I think what Mark was probably thinking that bishop c5 might be irritating at some stage. So he just wants to, dissuade white from doing that. Just playing that. Maybe if I go rook b1, maybe Mark will go f5. I'm sure Mark's going to go f5 at some stage. And just start. But we're going to get, there's going to be some interesting strategy here, I have to say. I mean, I'm vaguely wondering and feeling ashamed for myself for suggesting stuff like this. But I mean, how bad is this actually? If I do this,
it just allow the double pawns.
I mean, the point is, black's also got a double pawn there, so. The only annoying thing about it is that black plays bishop a6, and protects it and also stops you from getting in. So this looks a little bit. These are difficult positions. These are really difficult positions. But rook b1 and then f5. I have the feeling that white's trying to keep control, but he doesn't quite have all that control that he needs. Yeah, the thing is, if I go b5, which I would like to do somehow, and start really getting my my attack going, then I might get. I mean, f takes e4. I could probably just go knight d2, and just say, okay, take that pawn. I'm not particularly bothered. But you might just go f4, and you're going to follow up with bishop g4, maybe.
Yeah.
Which could be unpleasant. I mean, I don't know. Again, it's the sort of thing where you say, if I'm prepared, I'll do it. But if I'm not, then I won't. I mean, could we play b5 immediately? But in that case, we've got bishop to b4 here, which is a little bit irritating. Which doesn't look right to do this. But yeah, rook hb1 f5. This is pretty sharp now. I mean, it's really. I mean, maybe you do just go knight d2, f4, and then bishop c5. It's possible. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. I mean, it's one of those things that I sometimes find these things a bit difficult to judge and just end up overdoing it enormously when I'm playing white like this. And I'm a little bit worried that that's actually what I'm doing at the moment. I mean, white's really getting a lot of concessions here. So, yeah, not sure. But after bishop b7,
Okay.
maybe this. I think this a4 to a5 was maybe a little bit too ambitious. I was thinking more of just going, rook b1 and b5 and trying to get it in that way, which I thought looked quite decent for white, really. Or maybe with an a4, but not going a5, just going b5. But I think at the moment that we're heading for a very crucial position, and I'm not at all sure what the best way for white is to deal with that. He's gone rook ab1, Freddy. Interesting. Okay. Maybe better.
So he's not looking for a6 then.
Yeah, I mean that's the. It feels like not quite following through with your plan. But on the other hand, he also has the opportunity to play h3 and stop the bishop g4. So I mean, this is a very complicated game, and I mean, in principle, white again, if white is given time, could play a move like knight d2 and f3. Consolidate, and then black's in trouble again. It's really, I think this game is really on a knife edge at the moment.
I'm going to just flick the camera on for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I would really say that the only move I'd be thinking about in this position.
He doesn't look that happy, does he? Maybe just thinking.
I can't see Hebs.
I can't see Hebs. I can see Freddy.
Oh, Freddy, he's not thinking at the moment. I think it's black's move at the moment. So. I'm not really sure. Is Freddy looking happy? I can't really see with his mask.
No, he looks unhappy, but maybe you can't really tell. I think he's concentrating hard anyway.
It's
right. Let me just get the chessboard back.
I'm not sure how skilled I am in. Oh, f5. Mark's played it. No, he hasn't. That's my analysis. I think that would really be the move. I would be thinking. I mean, another possibility could be. Something like bishop h3 in order to play f5. That's super, really quite ambitious. But I think that this plan, if white gets knight d2 and f3 in this plan, then I think
getting the pawns back on the light squares.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that's f5 is on the board.
F5 is on the board. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, this is very typical Mark. I mean, he doesn't think a long time about these. I mean, probably I wouldn't nowadays. I wouldn't. When I was younger, I would have agonized over bishop h3 or whatever. Because I mean, the point is, you're thinking this is what white wants to play, and then the question is, can we do stuff like I don't know, fg or bishop g2 and sacks and stuff, and bishop g5. That would be what will be occupying me, but. I think f5 is a good move, and just ask white what you're going to do now. And that's not 100% easy question to answer, I have to say. I'm not sure. I mean, are you gonna play a move like knight d2? I mean, the thing is, if we look at it, so e takes f5, bishop f5 is not going to be good for white. Too many light squared weaknesses, all over the place, really. So you can't do that. So you've got to maintain that central presence.
Yeah.
But then the question is, how do you do that? Because black's actually threatening to go f4. If you just play a random move, I don't know, h4, you're going to go f4 and bishop g4. Which you don't want to happen.
No.
I wondered whether Freddy's idea was to play h3, keeping the rook on h1, just to try and hold this together. And then after fe, you go knight d2, and you're fine again, unless something like knight f4 check is possible, but probably not. But I think that if you do something like h3, then I mean, white might just go f4. You go bishop d2, and then I don't know, black goes bishop e6. and you're sort of thinking, yeah, what am I actually doing with my pieces here? It's could play a move like g4, maybe. Very complicated position, this.
Yeah.
There's really stuff happening on both sides, and I'm not quite sure how you balance it. I mean, I think white's always in danger of exerting control and getting control of it, but black's also in danger of showing that white's gone too far in what he's done. So very thrilling, very complicated position.
All right, a request for Louise Head against Ollie Stubbs.
Absolutely, let's do that. Oh, that's Lawrence Webb. Yeah. So, okay, let's have a look. So, actually, well, funnily enough, we were talking about the juniors before, and I was saying how in the good old days when I was 12, 13, I played, and for quite a bit of my career, until I was about 19 or 20, I think I played this bishop e2, bishop e3 system. And actually, Louise has played it, and Louise has got the ideal version.
Okay.
d5. Now, yeah, the thing is that black should play, after d5, black should play knight d7 or knight a6. And then after g4, you play knight c5, and you force white to play f3. And then you go a5. And the idea being then if g5, then I can go knight h5. That's the big idea. The way that black's played it with a5, you get g4. And then this was actually my idea, which I played against Istratescu, very strong Romanian grandmaster. I played it in the World Junior, in actual fact. You played g5, and, well, knight h5, I can actually win a pawn. So black has to go knight e8, and then you never actually manage to force white to play f3. So, but now this is a very interesting moment, because after f5, how I always played it was to play knight f3, and then to carry on with h5, which, to be honest, I thought was pretty strong for white. But Louise has taken on f6 there. Quite interesting. Queen f6, queen d2, bishop d7, and castles. I'm not sure about taking with the queen on f6 here, because I don't know, c6, because you're not really threatening c takes d5, because I could take back with a knight even there. So yeah, and here, to be honest, quite a few strong ideas here for white. I mean, h5 is quite dangerous, and there's even ideas like b takes c6, because after b takes c6, I could play c5, and this bishop on d7 is hanging. So looking quite good for Louise, I think, with white. It's a King's Indian, so complications ahead, of course, but I'd be very happy with white if I had this position. Yeah,
because black doesn't have an obvious attacking plan. Like with the King's Indian, you're normally wanting to be attacking, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. No. I mean, the nice thing about this whole structure is that white's got plenty of attack, but on the queen side, it's going to be a while before black gets anything going. And also normally you play the c6 stuff. You play it when you've got your queen over on a5 with the queen on f6. Yeah, I think white's got a very nice King's Indian here. With white. Okay. Freddy has played knight d2.
Okay.
So he's going for this plan where I said I have no idea. Is this possible? Playing f4, he's going to play e5. Probably, I think. And take the double pawns, but just claim that black's got double pawns as well. So let's all have a double pawn party. Interesting. I mean, well, the only other idea that he could play is to go g takes f4, but I don't think he'd do that. That looks way too ugly. So I reckon that he's going to meet f4 with bishop c5. I think that Mark has to go f4, because I think if white gets in f3, then the whole structure is looking quite reasonable for white. I'd say
true, actually, if you do get f3. Yeah, so he just plays that next move unless white plays.
I think then everything makes sense for white. The whole structure. You've got for example, if you go bishop e6 and I play f3, I think this looks very natural for white. I mean, you've got b5 coming in when you want it. You've got maybe knight a4 into c5, f4. You just meet with bishop f2. Yeah. You can also even think then of taking on e4 and putting a knight on e4. You've got all your light squares covered. I'd say this would be quite dangerous for black. So I do think that it's time to, to force white now to make a concession, and doubling up the pawns should be a concession. And then in general, what should black be looking for here? This knight has to come to d4. That's the big one. So I would be, my natural idea here, to be honest, he's played f4. Mark has, of course, he has.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is very thrilling now. It's very unclear now what's happening. But my first initial idea would be to play rook f6 in this position. And then I've got two ideas here. First of all, knight takes c4. I'll play bishop a6, and that'll force you to play rook b4. No idea whether I'm winning or not, but I mean, it can't be right. This is just can't be good. So
I think we need to look at Joe McPhillips. I just
we're going to do that. We're going to do that.
Looked over the position, and it looks really.
I'll just finish off here. And then afterwards, yeah, black's idea is to go knight. Well, a number, but knight f8 to e6 to d4 is the big one. And white basically needs a good answer to this. And it's not too obvious to me what that answer is. I think this is really good for black, actually. I think.
Yeah.
I think this is. Yeah, bishop c5 played by Freddy, but I'm thinking that takes and rook here is just going to be good for black here. Knight f8, e6, d4. We'll play the bishop somewhere. We'll get the rook over. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for black. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. McPhillips against Ledger. Whoa. Okay, let's have a look at advanced Caracan with g4. You used to play this, didn't you, Natasha?
I still do from time to time.
My goodness.
Knight f4 now.
Okay, yeah, now, I mean, knight h5 is kind of the normal move here. So g5 has been played before. I've seen this before.
Is it any good? I would not have thought it was, because it gives away f5.
Well, you're threatening g6. That's the general idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me just. I'm just actually checking my notes, because I've looked at this before in the past. I don't know who's played this actually. Some good player has played this. I seem to remember in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite a reasonable number of games there. Oh, that's right. There's been some games of Magsudlu, the Iranian player, had a few games with that recently.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been a few good players played this. Didn't Shirov? Shirov played it. That's right. I remember that game. So.
Okay, interesting.
So c takes d4. Played knight b5. Still the main line. We're following theory here. Bishop e4, f3. I don't know whether White's played this or whether Andrew sort of knows this very well, but it's.
He took, he's playing reasonably fast still, isn't he?
Yeah. So bishop f5 played. So this probably, I would think Andrew knows this idea. You go bishop e4, force the pawn to f3. And then go back to f5, and the bishop is sort of covering all the stuff on the king's side there. So knight takes d4, still the main theory. We might still be in theory, actually. Knight e7 is the main move for black here. And then knight takes f5 is the main idea. But bishop d3 has also been played, though not very often. Bishop d3, but this was a 16-minute thing from White, so he might well be making it up now as he goes along. Bishop d3.
Is this what Shirov played?
No. We've left. We've only got some 1900 players now who've done this. Queen takes d3 is, as far as I know, over the board is a novelty. We'll just have a little look to see whether my correspondence database has got anything in there. Sometimes I'd be surprised if this was in a correspondence game, but you never know. Let's just have a little go. No, doesn't look like it. So queen takes d3 seems to be a novelty.
Okay.
So,
it's a normal looking novelty, isn't it?
It's a normal looking move. You might think with black, oh, could I play g6 and just stop white from going g6? But Andrew decided that knight bc6 was a move. g6 played, and then knight takes d4, and then white plays queen takes d4.
So you wouldn't throw in a check on f7 first?
That was a possibility as well. I'm guessing. I mean, I suppose black's going to go knight g6 here. That looks like an eminently normal move. I suppose takes. Are we going rook g1 or something? How is that position? I have the feeling that this is not going to. This is just going to end up a bit equal, really. Queen b6, even to swap off queens. Queen a5 check to have a bishop c5 later. I don't know. I'd have thought that knight g6 is going to end up equal. You know, this sort of position. It normally does in these lines. I wouldn't have thought that this is going to be end up as a big advantage for white, really. But probably if we exchange off queens, then you know, we've got some weak white pawns to aim for as well. Certainly, I think, you know, if I was just looking for, you know, to sort of get equality or something, I'd be looking at a line like this, for example, and just swap off, try and swap off the queens, and you know, then play bishop e7. This one's weak. We've got rook a4. So imagine that this is just going to peter out to something vaguely around equality, I would have thought. Who we got? Nick Pert against... oh, interesting. How did this one go? Neil Bradbury. So yeah. Well, I would have thought that Neil is still in his preparation here. So c4, bishop b4, check and bogo Indian. a5, a3, takes. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just going to close the window because it's raining a lot.
Okay. It's not raining where I am. It's sunny.
It was sunny, but...
I think I get the weather slightly after you.
So this is quite interesting.
No, before you.
Actually, I've seen this d6, e4, e5 idea as a pawn sacrifice, but I think normally without a5 and a3. So I'm wondering what difference that makes. In some ways, it weakens the queen sides. In other ways, it gives the rook an extra square. So takes, queen takes, knight e5, rook e8. 22 minutes over that. Wow.
Oh, on rook e8.
It's weird somehow, yeah, because
what's the alternative? Knight.
I mean, black's. It's just that black's, you know, played this pawn sacrifice, and then you sort of think you're not going to sack the pawn unless you're really sure about your follow-up.
Yeah.
Maybe you hadn't expected white to grab the pawn. That's quite conceivable. Yeah. I mean, the only other thing that you could try is knight takes e4, for example, and rook e8. But I mean, I think that feels like a disaster, really.
Yes, because if you take, then rook e8 check.
Rook e8. So yeah, I mean, that feels like disaster brewing. So I think rook e8 is really the only move. But f4 now, and then this is the question: what's going to happen here? So, to be honest, my first thought is to go knight d7. With the idea of knight takes d7, knight takes e4. I don't know whether this is a sensible idea. I mean, the idea is knight e4, I just go rook e4, and then I play bishop d7, you know, and I'm obviously fine. So if I go...
You want rook d1? But then you've got a discovered check. Oh, castles. Castles, very good.
Castles, unfortunately.
Yes. That's what you do. Oh, okay. So knight f2.
Although I can try knight f2.
Yeah. And then
Wowsies.
I suppose you just go knight f. Oh.
If here I come here, and yeah. There's maybe some. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's
g4. Oh no, then you come back out to knight f2.
Yeah. In any case, castles is a main move, right? I just finished the other lines. Yeah, knight e5, I go knight c3, and if bc, I go f6. You know, and yeah, I mean that sort of looks like it's going to end up reasonable for black. Even if I'm a pawn down, I've split all of yours. You know, so that is quite good.
Excuse me, just one moment.
And I mean, what I'm slightly wondering about is to do a move like knight b5 or knight d5. But I mean, I can just. Yeah, I was wondering about this, but I just go knight g3 check, don't I? And I take this one afterwards. So f4, knight d7, knight d7. I mean, what I could do is to go knight b5. This is another idea. And after knight e5, there's knight c7, which is kind of, it feels like it's doing kind of the opposite there to black. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably quite good, isn't it? I don't know how you'd get away from that. I mean, I'd like to do something dramatic. But I'm always going to have knight e8 at the very least, knight a8 as well.
Hello.
Yeah. I don't think this works. I think after knight d7, I think we go knight b5 and hit that one. I think this is going to be quite annoying. Very hard to defend against. Knight e5, knight c7.
We've got a request for Theo's game.
All right. Dun, 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 against Marcus Harvey. Oh, okay.
Yes.
So this is a looks like Theo is still in preparation. Looks like so. This is
Theo knows his stuff, doesn't he?
He certainly
does. He was in prep for ages yesterday.
A3. Yeah, this is a known line. I've looked at it with.
Not at all, says Hellraise. Theo's dad does not agree that Theo knows his stuff.
Fair enough. So A3, D5.
Out of book from move 2.
Oh, good lord. Okay, that's possible. Maybe he wasn't expecting Marcus to do this. D5's not the normal move. I mean, there's plenty of sharp lines with Queen B6 here, and Bishop C5 is also normal. I think D5 is just meant to be a slight edge for white. Takes, Queen C2, pretty much like Marcus is playing, really. So,
it looks like he's still playing very fast, though. He maybe
he
has a feel for the position, or maybe he does. He secretly knows it.
8 minutes on Queen A5, then Bishop B4, Knight E4. 36 minutes from Marcus there.
Gosh,
I'm wondering what he was thinking about there. Actually, maybe Rook C1 or something, or was he thinking of some clever way of doing stuff? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I was thinking about something in this position, I might be thinking about going Rook B1 here. You know, with the idea of Knight C3, A takes B4, and then you play Bishop takes C3, and then I go B takes C3, and I'm going to get in C4, and then Bishop B4. So, for example, if you went castles, I go C4, Knight, blah, C4, just winning a piece, and if you go Queen A3, rather, bless you, I go C4, and after Knight somewhere, then I'll have something like Bishop B4 at some stage. So maybe I could go E4. Maybe he was considering something like this, actually. What he did in the end was play quite a quiet line. He went Knight E4.
Yeah.
And then Bishop takes D2. Knight takes D2, Bishop B7.
Okay.
So in principle, White's got a slight edge here, just because of a better pawn structure. But, you know, Black's going to play something like C5 probably quite soon. Might have played c5 already, actually. Would not have been impossible. Yeah, and then, yeah, I mean, it's not so much, really. You know, I mean, it's a slight pawn weakness, but black, as long as black's decently active, and I think black is, you know, reasonably active there, then it shouldn't be too much. Slight edge for white, as I said, but shouldn't be disastrous. I suppose the only thing that you could say is that we're maybe going to get e4 in. I'm not sure about putting this bishop on b7, to be honest. I would have been happier maybe with playing c5 here and just. But maybe black was worried about rook c1 and just taking this pawn quickly. That is possible. But then maybe e4 from white. And we just got to decide where to put this knight.
What about f4?
f4. I might just go g3. Come back to g6.
6, I suppose. And then
not sure what's what. Bishop e2. I mean, yeah, you're basically gonna. Some way black's got to try and make sure that he can play c6 to c5. I mean, that has to happen. And the key thing is it might well be a pawn sacrifice. You've got to end up with some sort of compensation somehow. I mean, that's the basic goal. And then I'm not quite sure what whether the knight should be going to e7 or to c7. Probably not. Maybe to b6. e7 maybe, so you can get into c5, knight c6. I'm not sure. I mean, how's this looking? Bishop e2, castles, c5. We've maybe got knight b3, but then we can go queen a4. That might be possible.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't mind sacrificing his pieces, but not his pawns.
Ha!
Well, pawns are the soul of chess. He's a man after Philidor's heart, is Theo.
Indeed. And stockfish.
Mm-hmm.
Not clear. Is it?
When yes, of course, you're absolutely right. Is there?
Yeah, not sure. E3 played by Marcus, so quite. Wonder about this though. It feels a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Feels a little bit passive somehow. I would have thought you could do just a little bit more with white. But okay, maybe.
I wonder if Marcus wants to. Oh, I don't know whether it's the diagonal or keep the e4 open for like knight.
Well, I mean, I think he was a bit nervous about playing e4. Oh, good lord, sorry, about playing e4 and conceding the d4 square. It's just I'm not 100% sure that it really matters, and chasing the knight away and getting developed quickly is, yeah, maybe more important. It's just, you're thinking castles, bishop e2. I mean, I could go rook d8, but probably just go rook d1 and you're dealing with it. He's gone castles. But I mean, I'm going to get into c5 and then protect my c5 pawn, and then I'm not really sure how bad this really is for black. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, always swings and roundabouts in these sort of things. But a slight edge for Marcus, but nothing huge. It's Olga Latypova against Keith. We haven't looked at Keith yet. Keith is looking pretty good value there, I think. Equal pawns, but 2 bishops and quite a lot of pressure against the d3 pawn. So,
shall we see how it went?
Indeed. So e4. Oh, good lord! A perk from Keith on a Terry Chapman Pribble. One of Terry Chapman's favourite openings here.
Okay.
Knight e2 takes. Knight c5. Bishop g2. So pretty solid from Olga. Good setup. Bishop e3. Rook e8. Knight d2 maybe. Sort of white ends up having to play bishop takes c5, which is not playing. Queen d3. Oh, that feels.
Let's Keith swap them off.
Yeah, and this pawn's a bit weak on d3. So in principle, you'd say that the black's doing very nicely now, and then getting the knight onto b4. Yeah, okay, and bishop c4. So it's going to be a bit of a rearguard action for black here. I think. yeah, knight coming to c1 and trying to hold. Actually, is black already losing a pawn?
Right.
No, not really yet. But yeah, it's going to be quite a difficult position for black, I think.
For white, you're right.
For white, rather, yeah. We're going to have f6 coming in as well. Maybe after knight c1, we'll play f6 actually immediately. And after takes, we could even have some moves like rook e1 coming in.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a bit tricky for white, this position, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So Hamish Olsen against Svetlana Suksikova. So Hamish was drew with Theo yesterday, and Svetlana achieved a fantastic draw against Mark Harvey after a long rearguard action. And yeah, I mean, quite an even position. Looks like some sort of, oh, it was a knight f3 system.
I'm sure Olga's better than 1266, Macbeth.
Yeah,
it's another one of these pre-lockdown grades.
Indeed. I think you've just got to ignore those ratings. And yeah, so this is quite a well-known system for white. I mean, it's a tiny edge for white, a little bit more space, and yeah, but nothing, nothing amazing really. And black sort of defended very, very competently, actually, holding nicely. I mean, this knight on c5 is very good, attacking the pawn on b7. But black's played very solidly, and yeah, I mean, white's still got to make serious progress. But yeah, I mean, I guess that white's sort of claiming that black's quite passive. This queenside structure is timid, and yeah, e5 could be a bit risky because the pawn on b7 is weak, and so white's now going to try and expand on the king side. So pleasant advantage for white, but yeah, Svetlana's a tough defender, so it's certainly not going to be an easy one, this one. Peter Finn against
Checkmate a lot.
Phil Brooks.
Yes, both of those were playing in the online British as well, weren't they? I can't remember if they played against each other.
And both of them had very good results yesterday. Phil Brooks drew with Bert, and Peter Finn drew with Keith. So Keith was a bit disappointed with himself. I saw his Facebook post. He said that he drew a rook. He drew probably it was the worst rook ending he'd ever drawn. Put it this way.
Oh.
So yeah. So but yeah, I mean, it was amazing how Peter managed to defend that. Now this is King f8.
It's another French defense.
Another French defense, the winner. And this is a strange move from Peter. Bishop g5. I mean, normally, all of black's weaknesses are on the dark squares, really. So to swap off the dark square bishops is a rather strange idea, like that. I mean, you get these sort of things in the McCutcheon as well, this sort of position. So from that point of view, it's quite intriguing. But normally with the McCutcheon, black's really struggling desperately to swap off the dark square bishops, and is glad that he's achieved it. So it's a little bit strange, this idea to swap off the dark square bishops like that. This is actually looking like a McCutcheon for black, but yeah, in principle, black's doing fairly reasonably here. It's a pretty decent French for black. But okay, interesting game. We've got Lawrence Webb against Steve Willison. Whoa! White seems to be the exchange up, and a position up, basically.
Okay.
So yeah, it's looking very strong. Let's have a look how that went. e5 check Sicilian.
Yeah.
c3 b4, e5, e6. Wow. Oh, good lord. So white won the exchange very, very quickly there. X6. Okay, and oh, this is horrible for black. Those are weaknesses still. So yeah, Lawrence Webb, of course, came very close to drawing with Daniel O'Malley. Oh, king f6, rook d7, e5. So yeah, this is looking terrible for black. Rook takes b7 here, for example. It's going to be very strong. And then Louise head against Ollie Stubbs for a while.
Okay.
H5 played by Louise, so that's a very sensible move. Knight AC7, takes, knight F3. Yeah. Pretty good, really, I have to say. Knight G5 is coming in, and then you'll have a threat of Knight H7, you know, so yeah, this is looking very difficult for black. I think, but yeah, I suppose probably what you're going to do, you're probably going to go C takes D5 here, and then just ask white, what are you going to do? Various possibilities. CD, then B5 is possible. You're threatening B4. So that might be interesting. Because if you go, you know, so like Knight G5, you go B4 and Rook C8, and suddenly there's a bit of unpleasant counterplay here. So probably C takes D5. Now, I mean, what you could do also is go E takes D5 with white. It's normally not what you want to do because that opens up. But actually, black's pieces are so poor here that I think getting the E4 square is going to be rather significant. And Bishop F5, we go Knight G5. Got threat of Knight H7, Knight E4. So yeah, I mean, also Knight takes D5 is possible, and then you're going to win this B7 pawn. But I don't know. Well, actually, even that looks quite good. But I think my choice would be E takes D5, and then in we go. You know, I think White's got a really lovely King's Indian here. Really, the best King's Indian you could have, I think.
Nice.
So,
all right, we're going to see Freddy again.
Yeah, and we're going to see. We haven't seen Danny. And do you mind if I just take 5 minutes just for get a little drink and?
Sure. Should we break the stream actually for 5 minutes and then?
Yeah, I mean, why don't you put you could put maybe the
I'll put the yeah. I'll put the video on, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Indeed.
Hi, we're back.
Replying to some of the tweets.
Yeah, I was just looking up. We actually do have winners now for the under 18, under 14,
Okay.
and under 12 sections. So I'll just say them rather than showing our screen. But on the under, actually under 16, but he's won the under 18s, is Ian Ismail Mohammed. So who we have interviewed before after his good performance in the British Online. He is now, I guess, the under 16. I don't know whether that makes him the under 18 champion as well. I'm not sure how that works, but he's the under 16 champion and got the top score in the under 18s as well. Followed by Adam Sikowski and Frankie Badaccioni. And the top under 18 was Timur Kujalev from Coulston. In the under 16s, under 14s, because the under 16s and under 18s will merge. Arjan Kalani was the highest scorer. Then Sanjeet Madhavan from Scotland, who we know from the chat. And then next is Nina Pert, who was sort of top on tie break of a group of players on 3.5. So her, Demetrius Sakarian, and Shivam Agarwal. And then in the under 12s, the winner is Kenneth Hobson, who you might have seen playing in the Blarney Cup. Then next was Zain Patel, Ethan Lee, and Dennis Dupuis.
Fantastic. Should we have a quick look at the under 8s actually and under 10s?
Let's do that. Let's do it.
So I've switched. If you just, I've switched to that.
I switch yours
some
on.
exciting stuff has happened. It looks like.
Okay.
So this is the final position of the top game. So that was Dildarav, the one whose lovely combination we tweeted against George Zhao, and Dildarav actually won this game.
Yes.
So could maybe just have a quick playthrough. Not
which round is this? Is this round 6?
Round 7. This is round 7.
This is round 7. This is the end. Yes. Okay.
The end. Yeah. So this was probably quite an important game for the championship there. In principle, George started off pretty well there, winning a pawn, winning 2 pawns, but this was probably going a little far there because White suddenly started attacking with great vigor there, and this was a blunder. Bishop takes, queen check, picking up the queen, and that was that was basically that won the game for White there. So very interesting there, and we saw this game was drawn. Kushal against Oleg, so just a fairly quiet position there. That could have been played on, I think, white height edge, but draw agreed there. This one is still going. This is looking very good for Zoe against Budana. So pawn up for black, and at the moment in control.
Queen's
looks
pretty
like.
active too. Yeah.
Indeed. This one looks like it's going to be a win for black. 2 rooks are always good. George Chen against Ayan. That's a pretty convincing win for white there. Sachin Kumar against Alex Gao ends in mate for black.
Oh gosh, nice checkmate there.
Yeah, I reckon this was this was a 2 nights.
Okay.
One of your favorite.
I like this one. Yeah.
So we got Victor Mitre against Advait Kitty Kumar, and that's another convincing win for black. And Theo against oh my goodness, I'm going to write Chitsang Khan. So so that's looking like probably a win for black here, isn't it? I think so. So that's the British under 8s. So I'm not quite sure. This must have decided the first place, I think, this one. Do you see anything on chess results so far?
Yeah, I've got it on chess results. So I'll just share that.
Oh yeah, share that screen. That would be nice.
Actually, if I can, I've got
Well,
several.
I can do it if you like.
Okay.
Chess results.
Yeah. So going into the round, there were 2 people on 4.5, which were Dildarov and also Kushal. They both played white in their games, and Dildarov got a win, so he will be. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. George Zhao might be. Wait a minute. I think George Zhao has 6 points.
Yeah, 6 points. Right.
Yeah. So actually, even though Dildarov won, he does not win the tournament. George wins. And half a point behind is Dildarov.
That's right. And then afterwards we've got Kushal on
and then Kushal next.
5 points. That's right. And Bodana still has a chance of getting 5 as well, but
she's worse against Zoe.
So it could be that Oleg is on 4.5, maybe with either Benedict or well, no, actually Deepak was winning that game. So
and with Zoe and
there's also George Chen as well there. So there's going to be a group on 4.5 there. But well done, George Zhao, and very well done, Dildarov as well. So very exciting under 8s competition there.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look through the under 10s then. So on board 1, Jan Moravsky beat Emil Steiners. So that was a pretty powerful. How did that happen? I think something with e takes f6 happened. Yes, indeed. So bishop g4 was played as an intermezzo, but e takes f6 and f takes e7 netted a whole lot of material for white. So that was a convincing win for Jan Moravsky. Harry Bryan still playing against Cameron Groves. Very tight game there, but looks like black is a pawn up here. So and plenty more time. So looking good for Cameron there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice.
I think check. Cameron's got the highest rating, although I know ratings don't mean so much these days.
Okay, yeah. This is Kai finishing off a good tournament with a nice fork.
Oh yes.
We've got Edita. Oh, unfortunately, Go Jetter's brother losing to Sian Ward. Then that's Poon Chao Zhu, unfortunately losing against Alfred Soulier. Then we've got a draw here in this game between Shambhavi and Rezin. This one is still going. It's looking good for white. This one, and we've got a win there for Rockyu against Jacob Liu. So if we have a look at the under 10s, what's happening there? Do we know?
Yeah, Jan Moore has won the under 10s.
Jan Moore's won the under 10s there.
6.5 out of 7.
And then a 1.5 clear actually of the rest of the field.
Clear, yeah.
Emil Steiners, Kai Hanash, and also there's still the game between Harry Bryant and Cameron Groves to go. So also been a very, very interesting competition, this one. So congratulations to all the players. I'm glad we caught that. So Nisa is saying,
look at this one structure.
Let's have a look. Freddy against Mark. So how did it all go? Bishop c5, f3 check played by Mark. Okay, king e1.
Okay, we didn't think of that.
King e1. To be honest, I was thinking of.
Can't go king e3 because you get mated. And
bishop g5 simply. Yeah, of course.
Bishop g5, mate.
The takes. That was pretty clever. Bishop a6. Although, in some ways, I don't know. I'm not sure I like f3 that as much because you had the chance of opening the f file all the time, and now you don't. So I'm not quite sure. Rook f6, knight e3, knight f8. I mean, Mark doing basically doing the same plan, but with f3 included.
Yes. So White's now able to get that knight on e3, which he wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because, I mean, you know, if you lose the pawn on c5, do you really care that much? You know, maybe not as much as all that. So h5, rook d6, rook e8, king d2. Yeah, I mean, basically, Freddy just giving up that c pawn and just saying, yeah, fair enough. Take it, and I'm not really going to be bothered. And you know, that's not such a bad idea. Now the next moves are a bit strange, though, actually, because White, I would be expecting rook b1 here, really, but Freddy's got knight f5,
defending the pawn.
Oh, and knight h4. My goodness.
Forking or attacking that knight, that weak pawn on f3.
Oh god, that's clever.
I didn't notice the bishop. Oh, the bishop's got exchanged off on c5. Then White must be happy with that because, yeah,
I
the
think
king
White,
seems much safer now, doesn't it?
I think the White's better here.
Yeah, Macbeth's saying Hebden's sliding into trouble.
Yeah.
And what about the pawn structure of the year, Nizahe? What do we need?
Yeah, he wanted g4, h takes g4. That was, he wanted g4, h takes g4. He would have the pawn structure of the year, but
loads of doubled pawns.
It's nice to be honest. Yeah, I mean, obviously being a little bit wise after the event, but I do think that f3 check was a mistake because I think, you know, I think that with this position, having the opportunity to open up the f file, having the bishop g4 check, you're
bishop
not
g4 check, yeah.
No, I think that this was. It'd be interesting to see it on the engine, actually, to see what the engine actually thinks of this position. But I like Black very much, and I thought,
yeah. Mind you were saying about White playing f3, which kind of solidifies it all.
Yeah.
So maybe Hebs just wanted to stop White playing f3.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's bound to be, you know, some very good reasons that Mark had for doing it. It's just that also, you know, when I bring my knight round to d4, I get a check against the king, whereas, you know, when I play f3, I don't. I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult decision, right? I mean, but it feels wrong to me to because I think the Blacks, you know, in this position, you know, I sort of feel give White time to consolidate, and he's got way better structure. So closing lines feels, and also putting the bishop on. I mean, kind of when you chase the king away, you have to put the bishop on a6, but it's not a great square for it. It's a very passive square, you know. So I think, but I think, you know, Freddy's done an amazing job of unraveling here. I mean, he really has, and this is very good judgment just to give the pawn back. But unless I'm missing something here, I think Mark's in a bit of trouble now. Because I mean,
Mark's a fighter, though.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take the pawn on f3, and we're going to go, I don't know, rook b1, or we could even start thinking about just going rook d1, swapping off the rooks, and there's all these weak pawns to aim at. I think is Mark looking to try and do a little knight c5 to b7 maybe, but this is tough, really.
Oh, are we going to see an upset? We're going to see an 11-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, it's some way it's not there yet, right? I mean, it's
that's what I was thinking. There's plenty can happen still in this game.
It's somewhere in the distance, but I would have to say I would not be feeling very comfortable with Black at the moment. I'd be starting to really think, you know, because especially, you know, obviously everyone knows that, you know, Freddy's a very promising junior and very strong, but still, you know, as a grandmaster, you're always thinking. You know, you're always trying to keep winning chances in the position for as long as possible. But this is the sort of stage where you're starting to think, my goodness, you know, do you? You know,
I agree. It won't be.
Can I still keep winning chances?
Not an upset. Okay, crowd. Yeah, no, I kind of do agree, but on paper it is an upset. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I consider it a big upset. You know, still. I mean,
it would upset Mark.
But Mark's a strong player. I mean, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I still consider it quite a significant upset. I think, you know, but I might be, You know, so but we're not. I mean, I will do have to say we're not there. We're not anywhere near there yet. But I think we are moving into. We're starting to move, I think, into clear advantage territory for white. You know, so yeah. I mean, there's you know, it's a very good chance.
No,
I mean,
that without a doubt, Gary. The kid is talented. I mean, he's really talented.
The thing that really worries me for a plan for white is to play something like knight g5, check f4, and then knight f3 back again. And you know, you've just got this lovely center and the pressure, and then you're going to start moving around with your rook. And I you know, I don't know. And Mark's going to have to find some clever way of getting at the white position. And yeah, it's certainly not obvious to me how that works. But yeah, gonna see. But it's very interesting. Let's have a look at this board one game. So because Danny actually didn't play at all what I expected, he played knight c5. You know, I was thinking he's going to play b5, play something on the queen side, but he played knight c5, queen e8. It's an interesting plan. David played very solidly bishop g2. I think that's a good idea, just getting the pieces organized like that. Queen g6, queen e2, rook c8. Very interesting plan from Danny. The only thing, you know, that sort of worries me a little bit about it is I'm thinking, and now what, actually? Because, you know, now I've put my queen over on the king side, I'm not going to play b5, so I don't have the b5 break. And I'm just sort of worried that white's going to get himself sorted out, get this knight away from here, play a move like c3, and then I've got no pressure at all. I just, yeah, it worries me a little bit, this position. But bishop h3, queen f7, rook ed1, knight cd7, bishop e1, knight f8. Rook d2 and now queen h5.
Yeah, okay. He's swapping queens.
I don't know. I have the feeling that, yeah. I might be wrong, but I have the feeling that this is not quite going according to plan for Danny. That this wasn't really what he intended when he did all this. So you know, sometimes, you know, what you do is you just you think, you know, I'm losing the track of it. I'm losing a little bit the idea of what everything is doing. I'll just clarify it. I may be a bit worse, but I'll just clarify it, and then we'll play with that. You know. Yeah, this looks suspicious, really. And actually, come to think of it, no, not that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like very much what's happening here. But okay, I mean, it's a Najdorf. It never ends up being so bad. So you know, there's it's not losing or anything like that. But I think yeah, Black's mislaid quite a bit of his active chances, I think, you know, with what he's done there. So, but we'll see how that goes. Now, how did this one go?
Okay.
I was saying drop. So Andrew looking to swap off some stuff. Oh, that's quite interesting. Bishop c5. What happens after queen d3 here?
Queen d3 is what you'd think of, isn't it? Hitting g6.
What's the idea? Maybe just queen c7, actually. Maybe this is the idea. Queen g6, check queen f7, something like that. That's worked out quite well, actually, because bishop's covering the rook on g1, so you can't yeah, so you can't do anything there. Yeah, this is quite pleasant for Black, actually, to be honest. I think if anyone's better, it's Black, really. So yeah.
And just queen back to d3.
Yeah, and then we go castles, you know, and
it's all nothing much.
It's nothing much. I mean, it's just.
What about queen c3? Oh, you just go queen c7. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I'd rather be black rather than white, put it that way, because you've got all these weak pawns, really, you know. But okay, I don't think it's not huge. It's not huge, I don't think. Andrew Ledger obviously playing pretty well this tournament. Oh, has this happened? No, it hasn't. That was my analysis. So knight takes c4 was played after f4. So not my idea of knight bd7, but knight e4 takes f6. This does look a bit suspicious, I have to say. c5 then takes bishop c4 check, bishop e6, takes f5, rook e7, castles, knight c6, rook e1. That's a pretty pleasant position for white. This we're going to be coming with g4, g5. Yeah, it's pretty nice, really. Yeah, so that's pretty good.
Oh, that's shogi.
Yeah, shogi. It's the shogi site that's making a little bit of noise.
Right.
So okay. Yeah. So this is looking. I would say I'd expect Nick to make something quite to make quite a bit of this one. Really, I think it's looking like a very powerful position. Marcus Harvey against Theo. Let's have a look. What do we get? Oh, b4. Wow.
Okay. So now, can you take it?
No, you can't. Oh, this was the idea. Clever, Marcus. Queen c3 is the idea. Okay. Wow. And then knight b3. Actually, this is very concrete play from Marcus.
Okay, Freddy's time management has been improving.
Yes, good. Actually, he's playing a nice steady pace. Actually, so far. I've noticed that too, actually, because he played very fast at the online. On the other hand, online is a different beast, really. I play much faster online than I do in real games. This is very nice play from Marcus, by the way.
Yes, he's clamping down so that c-pawn can't go to c5.
I do wonder, actually, to be honest. I mean, was this really possible? I mean, the move I'd want to play is this, basically.
You can take the bishop, I suppose, and then take the pawn.
Well, yeah, but you're going to get
in trouble.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to get you. Or rook c8 or something first.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be nasty.
But maybe don't take the pawn on c5 at the end. Like just go b5. You're making unconvinced sounds.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just I'm sort of.
All right, I'm going to take everything.
What with?
Bishop. You got to say if you're threatening something immediately. I'm going to just castle.
Oh, then I've got knight b6.
All right, I'm going to take your knight.
Ooh, and I'll take with the queen.
All right. Then, this is the moment that I am going to. I guess I don't have much choice. Queen. Or maybe e2. I can't castle there, can I? Yeah, I can see it's dangerous.
Well, I mean, I'm going to take on g2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. To be honest, that would be the. If I got into this, I'd be spending masses of time on that because it feels like the thing that I have to do in order to make this, in order to justify this with black, basically. If I can't do it, then I'm probably just quite a bit worse. Because yeah, this has been. The point is here that white's in complete control now. Yeah. And actually, this maneuver hasn't really helped. Queen e5, g5. Yeah. This is very fine play from Marcus, I have to say. He spent a very long time on these moves. You know, and, he spent 36 minutes on knight e4, 5 minutes on e3, and then 6 on b4. But I mean, this has been, this has really got control of a position that I didn't think was under control, actually. So, I mean, the other thing you could maybe try is just c5 immediately, actually. Actually, that might be cleverer.
All right, so take
knight c5, a5.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go b5, I mean, I'm not sure, but I have the feeling I'm fighting. I mean, I can go rook here, and maybe a move like queen d8 or something. And then if you go bishop e2, I've got rook c5 and rook c8.
Yeah. Okay. So has Marcus paid enough attention to the development then?
Well, no, but I mean, we're in this position, Natasha. So.
But I mean, you were just looking at an alternative line Black could have done.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I think Black had to try this. Something like this to really shape the position at this point, because I think after rook fd8, bishop e2, you're virtually lost, I think. Because here White's in complete control, big knight behind the pawn. We're gonna at some stage we'll play at some stage we're gonna play g3 and e4, chase away this knight, and it's just really. So I think that was really the moment, really a moment here where it was really all or nothing for Black here, I think. But again, I mean, extremely good play from Marcus. Very impressed with that, I have to say. It's because he thought a long time, and then he came up with a really, concrete line that really set Black some problems there. So yeah, no, very impressive again. So what do we have with Keith? Keith played f6 actually, as we thought. Rook d1, bishop a6, takes, f1, f5, and White also in quite a bit of time trouble there as well. Yeah, this is looking very good for Keith. Going to play bishop g7 and line up, and yeah, I think White's going to find this very hard to hold this one. This is going to be, this is looking quite decisive actually, this one. The point is that if rook b7, we go bishop c6, and after rook b8, we go takes and rook a6, and that's rook and 3 pawns for bishop and knight. So that is looking quite good for White again. So knight b6 was not, just missed that tactic there.
Let's see Freddy.
Oh, Freddy again. Let's see. Okay, well, Freddy has done exactly what I said. That might poor thing. So he played knight g5 check and f4. Yeah, f6, knight f3, rook f8, rook b1.
This is pretty good for White, right?
It's very nice for White. Yeah. Now the question is making something. Sort of. You've got to find the way to improve your position with White, and that's the key thing. It's not 100% obvious how to do that. But the key problem for Black is that, I mean, Black doesn't really want to go e takes f4 because after g takes f4, well, quite apart from all the central access to all the central squares I gain, this g6 pawn becomes weak. So there's a rook on g1. So I mean, so basically, Mark wants to keep the position like this. That's what he wants to do. And then the question is, what can White do? I mean, if you're looking in terms of what pieces could do a little bit of a better job, you probably think of the knight on c3, really. I mean, I think the rook on b1 is doing great at the moment. Stopping rook b8, basically. But this knight is, not doing a great deal. I mean, the one thing that's a bit annoying is it's always one of those things that, if I move my knight away from c3, then Black can play bishop b5, and maybe sort of solidify that, block the b file. But maybe that's not so, that's maybe not so so terrible. I mean, maybe simply a move like knight e2. I mean, just assume that that Mark plays a quiet move like rook e8, rook g8 or something. I mean, you know, just a waiting move. Maybe we just play a move like knight e2. I mean, at some stage we might even start threatening, you know, knight takes c5 and coming in there. You know, it's the problem is it's just actually quite a difficult position for black to hold this one. But okay, I mean, you've just got to try and find some yeah, knight a2 to b4 is possible as well. It's just knight b4 gets met by bishop b5, so I'm not sure about the scope of the knight after that. I mean, yeah, maybe bishop b5 knight, I'm not sure. I quite like knight e2 to come round to d4. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some creative ways to come with the knight, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure I can find a better one than knight e2 into d4.
We could put our rook on b4 and then bring the knight round to somewhere.
I'm not so keen. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so keen on spending lots of time to win these pawns. I mean, also this point it's sort of stopping the bishop, you know. So yeah, I could put the knight over on g5. I just wasn't 100% sure. Or maybe we threatened to get in fe, but feels a bit fanciful. I'd be thinking more of going something like knight e2 and then takes and knight f4, something like that. I would think that might be quite dangerous, actually. I mean, you know, if we just say, I don't know, rook g8, knight e2, rook there, and then I go fe here simply, and then my next move is going to be knight f4 into threatening g6. I mean,
yeah, that's a good knight.
It could just end up and I've also got knight d4. I mean, that could just be rather unpleasant. So, yeah, I think it's a nice move as well. I mean, it's nothing too fanciful either. You know, it's just a normal move. You're not doing too much, but you know, you've got some threats in there basically. I think that would be quite a decent idea, to be honest. I wouldn't fancy defending this as black, but yeah, Mark's seen it all. He's seen it all, so you know, he's defended worse than this before. I can certainly tell you.
I'm just going to make the camera big for a second. How do I do that? There. Someone's having a bit of a look. Freddy's going for a walk. Here he is. Now, what shirt is that then? That was the... is that those football shirts? Someone in the chat was saying which team he supports.
He said he was not wearing his Hibernian shirt. He said,
not his Hibernian shirt.
This looks like a fairly normal, just like a normal shirt, really.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you a chest back.
You don't bless him when you're playing him, Macbeth.
Yeah, we can bless him when we're watching.
I can tell you that for certain. So,
would you want to play a game against Freddy, Matthew? We should like invite him for a blitz game on stream. That'd be loads of fun.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. You're unconvinced by that.
Possible. All fine.
Okay. I'll offer a bit. Yeah.
Oh, did we? So let's have a look. So I'm Phillips. Yeah, so Freddie Gordon. Lawrence Webb has actually won against Steve Willison, by the way. So
well done, Lawrence.
We were expecting that. How's Louise getting on? No, sorry. Louise played knight takes e5. Okay. So takes there and takes. Yeah, this was indeed possible. I like it slightly.
In soccer kits, says Gary.
Yes. Well, so.
You got an Arsenal top, Matthew.
No.
Arsenal against Hibs.
No. So yeah, Queen d5 takes b7 here. Yeah, this was completely possible, and it's probably very good for white. I just liked it a little bit less because I really wanted to mate black, and I felt that my best chance was to play e takes d5. Whereas here I have a feeling that black's going to get some counterplay somehow, although black's pieces are rather badly placed. You know, the knight on the 8 is very bad, so is going to take a while. So it should be, should be fine. But I mean, we'll go rook c8. Well, the thing is, maybe we don't even bother with. Maybe we just go knight g5 in this position. Maybe this is just a very concrete way of doing it, because this would be a disaster for black. Just all these squares everywhere is, yeah. Actually, maybe this is just a very concrete way of playing, that you just say, no worries at all. I'm not. I'm just. I'm going for the win now. Simply, no messing around. Yeah. This looks very strong. Looks very strong. So very nice game from Louise, I have to say. Very nice game. So let's look. Peter Finn, we haven't seen for a while, against Phil Brooks. It's a very solid French position. Black is better here. Black is definitely better, but a little bit better maybe. I don't know. I think it's maybe my French bias. At some stage, Black would want to try and destroy this one, and if you can do that, then it starts getting quite interesting. But probably this is just going to be this is just even. I think White should play g3 to be ready to have f4, and yeah, it should just be should just end up equal, I think. So probably a draw there, odds on. Yeah, this one we've seen. Bishop takes c6, rook eb8. I think we're just going to take on here and take on a6, and I mean, Black's got the two bishops, which is lovely, but this mass of pawns on the queen side is going to be huge. Yeah, you're not going to stop that one in the long run.
All of White's pawns are on the dark squares as well as the bishop. It's like playing drafts or something.
Indeed, yeah. Actually, after this position, all White's pieces are on dark squares. So
yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Let's have a look. Olga Latipova against Keith. Knight c2, rook d2.
Is Freddy the youngest participant at the British Championship? I suspect not.
I don't.
How old's Theo actually? Is his?
And Olga actually as well. I thought Olga.
Oh, and Olga must be. How old's Olga?
I thought Olga was very young, but I might be getting. Oh, same age.
Same age.
I can't. I'm not. I can't. I get a bit confused. Freddy's 11. Theo's a few months older. Okay.
Yeah.
No, nobody really plays the Fort Knox. Even Keith doesn't play the Fort Knox very much. 11 at the end of August. Okay. So, well, compared to the people compared to the juniors we've been seeing today, they're old men. These guys, twice as old virtually as our under-8s.
That's true.
So,
well, I guess historically there must have been some very young players in the British. I don't remember though.
Yeah, I don't know.
What about Mickey? How old was he when he first played?
He's probably around the same age, aren't they? I mean, you know, sort of. It's around the sort of 11, 12, 13 that you start getting strong. Okay, Olga's a bit older, is she?
Olga's older. Okay. Yeah, 2008. I just looked it up.
Yeah. So it's normally around the age of 11, 12, 13 that you start getting strong. I mean, that's when all of us started playing in the in the Lloyds Bank Masters, as well, which is sort of in those days,
Yeah. Nigel Short. How old was Nigel when he first played? Don't know.
So Marcus swapping his pieces around quite nicely on his outpost. That's a very nice. That's actually a very engineer Alpha Zero skill. Actually, you have this outpost, and then you keep on swapping your pieces on it. Yeah, very nice, very nice. So it's going to be a tough one, but Theo's just got to hang in there tough and wait for a mistake. I mean, yesterday Marcus was playing beautifully again. And then Svetlana put up an incredible resistance and managed to hold it. So, you just got to hope for something like that again and keep it going. The thing that Theo's doing very well is keeping his time going. So he's got a good lead on time. So that's going to put some pressure on Marcus. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Marcus is one of the form English players, I'd say, at the moment. Together with Ravi Haria. So yeah,
yeah. So Ravi's GM now, isn't he?
Yeah, very. Really been nice to see that.
Really been playing well, yeah.
So yeah, Nick
Apparently, they watched our stream. You know, when we were streaming and they were both getting their norms.
Oh yeah.
They apparently were watching it together afterwards and finding it amusing.
It's H4. Yeah, this is looking pretty nice for Nick. And you know, Nick plays these positions very well. I mean, he's very good technical player, Nick. So he hates giving up his pawns.
Ah, well, teach him the Mora, and he'll at least then be more used to it, and then he'll then give it up again because he doesn't like giving up his pawns. But that'll be the correct decision. Although I still like the Mora.
It's yeah, no, it's
joyous. Yeah. I mean,
that. Yeah,
and the King's Gambit, he'll hate that.
Yeah, to be honest, you know, that position is more about just trying to judge a little bit what's happening ahead, and you know, sort of you know, just in this position, it's more that's a bit of experience in these sort of positions, actually. You know, D4 positions, but you know, you just sort of realize that, oh, wait a minute, I'm just going to be completely controlled, so I need to, you know, I need some dramatic action, basically. Oh, that's right. Mark Esserman, my goodness. The Mora Guru.
David came fourth at the age of 10.
No, that can't be true.
Wow.
Not in the British.
Okay. No, but he was really good young, wasn't he, David?
David was very good young, yeah. But he didn't come fourth in the British, I'm sure, at the age of 10. Not the British proper. I can't believe that. Might be.
Oh,
might be.
It
seems unlikely. Seems unlikely. That's we never know. Never know. I mean, he was very good. I mean,
it depends which year as well, because the British has varied in strength a lot across the years. Some years there's lots of people go, and some years fewer. So it's not impossible.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Queen D3, castles, F4, Queen F5. I think Andrew's going to be enjoying this. These are just the sort of positions he loves, really. So, I mean, to be honest, what I would be looking for here with Black is get the queens off and then play the rook over to H8 to H6 to G6 and come in through here. I don't know. I think, yeah, White's going to have to play quite carefully, I think, to defend this. Could get quite nasty. So what's happened in Freddy? Oh, a few more. We got
the exchange. Nazir was after with getting another set of double pawns.
Oh, okay. Mark's going for it. My goodness. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so Mark's. It's a clever idea what Mark came up with. I was I hadn't really cottoned onto it. So bishop c8, knight e2, takes knight f6, coming into g4. So he played the bishop to c8 to stop h3, which was the normal reaction. Knight e5 takes, and now he's taken off with the pawn, which is a horrific pawn structure. But he's managed to give his rook some activity. The only question in all this is this really going to work?
Couldn't Freddy just put his rook up?
The Player of the Year ballot. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a great idea from Mark, but I'm really wondering whether you can get away with this. I mean, rook b8, to be honest, is the starting point, and I'm sort of wondering what on earth are we intending against rook b8?
I suppose we could defend the bishop with the king to try and get the rook free.
Yeah, but I mean, so I go rook b8 and you go rook h8, for example. You know, and your idea is to go rook h3 check and get out of this attack. But I mean, I do something like, I can do many things, but let me just say, well, I don't know, king d4 might be even cleverer, but just say knight g3. I'm not 100% sure about it. So you've got no unpin check, so you know this one's attacked. So I go something like king d7, and then I go rook a8, and I go rook h2. I go rook a7 check.
Yeah.
There, E5, A6. So really risky.
Excuse me.
That's a really risky ending. That is. I'm also wondering simply about just starting with knight D4. Actually, yeah. I mean, I think it's a pretty good defense from Mark. I mean, it's going to set some unusual problems, but I think, I don't know, I can't believe that it works. Put it that way. You know, it does seem unlikely to me that you can get away with this, but I don't think it's a bad defense at all. I think it's you know, kind of well worth a try there. I mean, if I go rook b8, rook here, and I just go rook a8, maybe Mark is just going to go a6 here. Could this be an idea? He's just going to try and hold himself like that.
All right.
Possible.
Knight in.
Right there.
Oh, you get check.
I want to go king d6, king c5. That would be the idea. Okay. Nah, Mark's fighting. This is good. This is really good. You know, he's wrecked his pawn structure, but he's got some activity. So it's really the question of how to. But there's definitely, you know, I mean, there is definitely some way to do this with white. It doesn't look.
So like rook b8, and we've got a6.
No, we go rook a8.
Yeah. Then whatever the line was we were looking at, and then black played a6. Oh, it was okay. Yeah, okay. I was thinking if we put the rook in on b6. So just go back to b8 then.
Yeah, but okay. But we're going to have rook h. We're going to have rook h3 check now, and
yeah, and our knight's a bit out of the way. Yeah, okay.
This is quite a toughie. This is quite a toughie. This one.
King d4 says Macbeth.
King d4 here would have been rook d8 check then, I think, and then takes here and rook d2 after. Not impossible. Not impossible. I'm not sure. I would have thought that this is a clever defense from Mark. Definitely a very clever defense. Okay, I mean, I'll go rook b8, rook h8, and then what? If I go king d4, you'll have rook h2, so not clear. Yeah, seemed obvious to me, to be honest, as well. So I'm not really blaming Freddy for taking on g4. This is a really clever defense from Mark. He's really yeah, I mean, just got to try and we're going to need some good thinking here, because I mean, first of all, there's this black threat of rook h8, you know, with check, rook h2, and then afterwards you've got to try and decide what's your target with white. I mean, there's so many potential targets. Well, I think h3 h3 would have allowed bishop takes h3. I think Nizai. I think that was the problem, wasn't it? That was the clever thing about Mark's play. That if h3, then bishop h3, maybe rook b7. You mean?
Okay.
That might have been true. That is conceivable. Yeah, that is a good point. I think h3 would have been a clever. Nah, not inexperience. You just miss stuff from time to time. That's. I mean, no, you've got to give it to Mark. Huh? This is a very good defense. This one. Mark's fighting like a lunatic, like in the good old days. So. Going to need a good move now. Yeah, I mean, you know, you get to play you know, Mark and Keith, but they don't just give up, you know. they defend. Yeah, I mean, I think he probably expected Bishop G4 or didn't. Yeah, maybe didn't quite. Played Knight D4. I think that's maybe a good move. But what I'm expecting now actually is to go is King D6 from Black. And I'm not sure. I wasn't really sure what I was going to do after this, because this king's getting a decent square on C5.
Then we go Rook B8.
Well, yeah, but I don't think this is any better. I think this is worse, actually.
No, oh, is it?
We've got Rook, because we just got Rook H8, Rook H3, Rook H2. And this king's going to, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Knight D4, King D6. Not sure. I'm not sure I quite understand that move, actually. I think that this is... magic mark territory. Well, I mean, what you could do, so King D6, I think, Rook B8, King D6. Could I maybe go? Trying to work out how to do this. Rook B8, Rook H8. Because if I come here, then this is rather irritating, I think. So I'm just wondering about playing E5, which feels a little bit funny. But the idea would be if King C5, I want to go Rook B8. And after Rook H8, I want to go Knight E6 check.
Yeah.
And after King there, I want to go Knight G5. And my idea is I've got you completely controlled, basically, because you can't move your Rook off, because I take the Bishop. And your King's sort of a bit trapped as well. I'm probably going to play maybe E6 or something at some stage. So I'm just, but it's all a little bit fraught, really, because I could also just go King D5 with Black. And I'm not 100% sure how I'm doing anything here. I mean, your King's close to getting trapped, mated, whatever. Yeah, Mark's gone King D6. And I think, Freddy's got to be a bit careful here. I think this could also just go wrong somehow.
What about Rook F1?
Okay, I'll go Rook H8.
And I'm just going to try and, like, Rook F2.
Yeah, Rook H3.
Okay. We've got to go backwards because that's the only legal thing to do.
Yeah, I'm going to go C3.
All right. Okay.
He's got an E5 check. Okay. And now I like the idea against King C5, but I'm worried about King D5 now.
Okay, so King D5.
King D5.
92.
Yeah, okay, I'll go rook h8 then. I'm not sure I'm worse now, to be honest, with black. I'm wondering why I'm worse.
Maybe black's not worse.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. Actually, I'm starting to think. I think that black's got. I mean, maybe I'm getting too pessimistic, but I'm thinking that white's actually got to start watching out that he doesn't get worse here, because I don't quite see.
That's saying rook d1.
Yeah, then I'll go king c5. It's this little shimmy, like this, and yeah, you can no longer go rook b8. So maybe I can go. Maybe I need to go king e4. It's possible. But then I go. I mean, I can even go stuff like this, and go rook h8 simply. And I've got rook h3, rook h2.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, king d5. I think king d5 is. I think king c5. We play rook b8, and then it's. Well, I think even maybe king d5 here might not be stupid, but this idea. I think if we allow this knight on g5, then we're we're in control again. But I think this sidestep with king d5, and yeah, I think the black's doing quite well actually.
Okay.
I don't
turn around.
Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking because after rook d1,
yeah,
I was even. Well, I said king c5 anyway, but I mean, I was even thinking rook h8 to threaten that, and then we go knight f5 check, king e6. I've got rook d6, and I've got mate there.
That's nice.
It's nice, but actually after knight f5, I think I'd just go king c5 here.
Yes.
And again, there's no.
You wouldn't allow mate.
I mean, I could go knight g3. I mean, in this particular case, this might be
rook 8.
It's just so hard to. It's just so hard to catch this king. King d5, knight d6 would be a fool, but here I'm fine again. I just think this king is really. He's played king d5, Mark. 3 minutes. I don't know. I think this is. I think. No, I don't know. If I had to bet, I'd be betting on the black victory here. To be honest.
Okay.
It's really just turned around in a few moves there.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, because of some. I mean, this was a fantastic defense. Bishop c8, and then this knight g4 and h takes g4. I think it's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I'm not quite sure what white is going to do now. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe we should we go rook b8 anyway? Rook here and something like knight back to e2. I mean, you go rook h3 check. I go knight g3. I don't know, something like bishop f5 maybe. I mean, this is maybe not. It's all a bit of a mess, though. I just haven't really. I don't really have any idea who's better here and why. Because I mean, I'm threatening rook h2 takes c2. So, and it's so amazing that this king is so safe. Doesn't seem possible, really. But yeah. Anyway, I think very, very, very tense position. But I have the feeling that Mark's starting to get the upper hand.
Got it under control now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, under control, maybe not, but certainly starting to get the upper hand, I think.
Okay. Do you want a quick peek at the players? Let's do it. Right. Wait a minute, if I make that big. Freddy's having a drink. Very wise. Have a little drink and
he's taking his
take
time.
stock.
It's pretty,
Yeah.
that's a good thing to do. But I have to say, between this game and also the one that Freddy lost against Keith, at the online championship, these our old guys, they're really putting up a massive defense, because
Yeah.
Keith put up a great defense as well. He was on the verge of losing, for many moves, but held it together. And Mark here as well, I think. You sometimes forget how strong, how strong they are. I think that's these guys. But
Well, they're grandmasters. They're gonna know their end games.
But you, when you push them, you find out how you find out how strong they are. I think that's. I mean, maybe what I could do here is go knight e2, and after rook h8, I'm going to go knight c3. Check. That is better.
That is check.
So. Well, I mean, king c5. At the least, I've got this, right. I mean, I might have more. Who knows? But I've got at least a draw.
Yeah.
So so that would probably not be. So if I go back to e6, now what I could do here is to go rook b8. Now. Oh, he's gone rook d1, rook h3, and then king d4.
c5.
Yeah, I was looking for this.
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is, I don't know. I'm a bit of a way away from this one, aren't I?
Bishop a6.
Maybe instead of king d4, maybe I just go king e4 here. How would that be? That might not be bad. But okay, Freddy's gone rook d1, and now I'm getting a bit worried. King c5, yeah. This little shimmy, this king d5 to c5, this is very important. Yeah, I don't know. What are we going to do here? I said king e4, didn't I? I thought maybe bishop f5 check. Takes and rook h8 after. Oh, I want to do that really. Maybe I rook d2 maybe. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of wanting to go back a few moves. It's the thing, yeah. It's now we're gonna have to see. I'm sort of, I sort of think we're past the stage of just keeping the balance. I mean, yeah, rook d2 maybe is an idea. If rook h8, you'd aim for king e4. The only thing, I mean, you can get hit in multiple ways. That's the problem. But maybe this is okay. Maybe we can do this.
Would we ever want to do c3 to stop black doing c3?
Yeah, the only thing that worries me about that, for example, if we played c3, is we get something like rook h8, and we get hit by a check then.
Oh, and then we lose the pawn.
Goes. But I mean, yeah. This is all. It's really. I mean, I'm getting a bit pessimistic because it looked so good before. But I mean, these sort of things are all quite.
Yeah, true.
All quite murky, really. Because this pawn is quite hard to stop because king d6. I've got knight b5 double check. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, what's not nice about rook d2 is the fact that black can go c3 at some stage. But I'm not. I don't know. I mean, then I could go. I've even got stuff like rook d3. Then take check. This could maybe be a little bit awkward. I've got e6 coming in as well.
Yeah.
Maybe there's yeah. Maybe you just need some sensible move like rook d2, and maybe you'll c3 later. But just consolidate, and then afterwards, it's still a very unclear ending. Maybe that's actually true. But it's I've got to say, plenty of admiration for Mark here, because this did not look on the cards. And he's played, I think, some difficult moves very, 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 very quickly and very well. So I mean, really putting the pressure on Freddy here with the clock as well. Real grandmaster game, this basically. So of course, quite amazing that an 11-year-old is involved in it as well. That's but really, I think maybe we should be looking for one of these, just a consolidating thing, and just say, okay, look, my you've got plenty of activity, but even if you win one of my pawns, and I've got to decide which one that is, then after all, you've still got all your weaknesses, and your bishop is still terrible. So I've got my passed e pawn, so maybe I can do something. So maybe a move like rook d2 or c3, one of those two. Rook d2 he's played.
Rook d2, very good.
I do think that's a good move.
Should we check in on Louise?
Absolutely. Oh, excellent. Yes, there we are. Well done, Louise. Knight g5. That was a very good move. So, again, very impressive, actually. I mean, what's this guy doing? Oh, there we are. Very impressive, actually, because, she thought for, quite a long time about this possibility, but it's just a very concrete solution. So, rook c7, queen b5, queen e7, king b1, rook b7. Okay, but well, we can take on a5, which is going to be quite good. If we feel like it. I would probably just do it, to be honest. Because taking on a5, I mean, oops, good lord, it's very hard for black to get to the a file at all. So maybe play knight c7 there. But I think, I don't know, at some stage, maybe you just go queen a3 or something, start targeting some weaknesses, that sort of stuff. I think, this is really just winning for white. It's just going to have to be, there's enough time as well. So it should be, needs some care and just some concentration, but should be absolutely possible. So very nice game so far. So would be good to that one. Oh, Keith has beaten Olga there. So
oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, that was very
well done, Keith.
Well done,
on
Keith.
His quest to be in person as well as online British champion.
Indeed, very good. Let's have Marcus. What happened there? So rook b8, rook c1. So nicely, very good lesson, by the way, swapping the pieces on the outpost. Knight a5, f6, rook d1, e2, swapping off a rook just to remove any counterplay. And now, so what you'd expect white to do now is to start gaining space on the king side. So playing h4, for example. h4, h5, g4, bishop e4, f4. That would be more or less the plan you'd expect with white. Unless unless there's a concrete way, actually, come to think of it, we could have rook a5, knight here, king here.
How's black's bishop going to get out?
Yeah, I was wondering about bishop g4 because e5, knight e4 is mate. That's
oh yes,
that's why I got attracted to it. But I mean, you've got to watch out. I mean, there's f5 for black, so he's got some defense. I don't know whether that's nice to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that's probably what Marcus is looking at, whether he can, force a win quicker. But there is maybe, I don't know, no need. I mean, I think I'd probably, just my intuitive move would be to start with just h4, you know, and just start grabbing space, and then eventually we'll get you know, we'll get some sort of position on the king side that just you know, enables me to do it. He's got rook a5. I mean, might well, maybe he's spotted a concrete way of playing this. Quite possible. But again, yeah, Theo's just got to, you know, hang in there.
Yeah.
Not give anything away, and then just yeah, hope for yeah, you know, for a mistake somewhere. So even good players in top form make mistakes. So see how that's going. Nick Pert against Bradbury. Has Nick won a pawn? No, he's swap off one of the pawns though. So he's now got an entry file on the C file there. I'm kind of tempted, to be honest, to play h5 in this sort of position. It looks a bit weird, but you know, you fix this and then you'll just get in f6 later. I just I'm a little bit nervous all the time that black will play h5 and break up my center there. With h5, I'm sort of fixed, and then I can just bring my rook over somehow and you know, and just invade along one of the files. Oh, he's played it. There we are.
Nice.
Thank you, Nick. Or you, depending which one. I think it's just a good move.
It's great minds think alike.
I think that's definitely got to be it, hasn't it? A draw there between. Okay, yeah. Andrew had to play g6 or played g6. Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking. I was really thinking that black was going to play rook there. It was Julian Hodgson style, and try and bring the rook like that. But maybe that's a bit fanciful. But yeah, it's a good draw for Andrew Ledger with black against a dangerous opponent. So I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. Pleased with his performance today. So excellent. Another draw. Let's have a look at the top board game.
Okay, Danny against David.
Oh, well, that's worked out quite nicely for Danny. That's worked out very nicely for Danny. Because bishop e3, then, oh, good lord, well, change of dark square. Oh, this is suddenly very nice. Actually, how on earth is white protecting the a5 pawn is the big question. And the answer is he is not. So this is looking very promising for Danny now.
Yes.
Yeah, looking very, very promising now. You're just going to win the a5 pawn, then everything else collapses. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. Good, tough grind there. Let's have a look. Rook d2, bishop f5 played from Mark.
Okay. Right, now can Freddy, would he want to take it?
Bishop f5, okay. Yeah, that's a pretty good move, I think, from Mark in general. That's you're stopping the white king from getting in. You know, that's the key thing. So you're keeping the white king pinned to the back, and then afterwards you're going to play rook h8. That's the next move that's coming in. So how are we going to do this for white?
Oh, I think white's played rook e2.
Rook e2, interesting. That is a move. King d5. Oh, are we going to get a draw by repetition, maybe? I don't know. Not sure. That was a clever move. The idea of rook e2 was that after rook h8, I think we could take. Well, actually, come to think of it, rook e2, rook h8. Was he going to take and go e6, maybe? Is that possible? Was that the idea? Maybe. Maybe this was the idea. I was thinking this one and then just be able to...
I mean, if you check, you just got back, yeah.
Yeah, and that's... Maybe. It's complicated. I'm not sure at all. King d5 was played, so... I mean, I could go. I suppose if rook d2, is Mark going to go c3 there?
Yeah.
Rook d1 and then king back.
King there.
Could be. Could be. Could be that he's.
Rook d2 in repetition, says Macbeth.
Could be. Could be. Yeah, not sure. I mean, that c3 move, it would be. Yeah, rook d2 c3. I think is.
Okay.
But it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure whether it's. Is this good for black to have played this? I don't know really. I mean, it means that when you take the h2 pawn, the c2 pawn will be hit. So interesting. Of course, if you go c3, then we get the bishop into d3, which is not really what you want. He's played c3.
Okay, he's played c3.
Yeah, I mean, I just caveat to what I've just said, because if you go bishop d3 immediately, I go rook g2, and then I'm hitting this one.
Okay,
but now,
and then what if you just drop your bishop back again?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking more that black's going to play rook h8 now.
Okay.
Come in here. And then what is the idea here?
e6.
e6. Bishop takes.
Knight takes.
Yeah, king takes. King d4, king f5. I don't know. No idea. No idea what that ending is like. Vaguely thinking of king d2, actually.
That looks sensible.
Because if bishop d3, I go rook g2. Hitting that one. I could go rook h4. Yeah, my goodness me. What an ending.
I know. e6.
Well, e6, I come back with king d6. I'm wondering about a6 simply, or something like this, and just, you know.
Oh, and then black's got no moves.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. c5, I could go knight b5, you know. Very unclear, all of this. What a murky ending, this.
Yeah.
I have really, yeah, I mean, it's really very, very complicated. I don't really know. I mean, because, you know, in a way, both positions are on a knife edge, really, because, you know, black's got so many pawn weaknesses that, you know, if he gets it a bit wrong, then suddenly everything falls, you know. But white's just got problems, you know, keeping the black activity at bay. So, but I think maybe that, I mean, rook h8, king d2, maybe rook b8 then. Is that possible? Maybe it doesn't really have a threat. We're going to have to watch out for, you know, at some stage maybe c5 is going to come in. Rook h8, king d2. I mean, if I played c5 immediately, would that be?
Okay, knight b5.
Okay, if I went a6.
Knight c7. Are you going to do anything nasty if I take on a6?
Well, I think of rook a8, to be honest, but.
And I'll go e6.
We'll go e6, yeah. I don't know. Rook a6, e7, bishop d7. Rook e6 check, king d7. E8 queen, takes. It looks like well, not sure about knight c7.
What about e6 here then? After knight b5.
Maybe takes an e6 maybe is not silly. If you do stuff like king d6, really. E7, rook e8. Yeah, knight d6 instead of knight c7 is possible. I'm wondering how good that is.
What about just e6?
Sorry, which position?
Knight's still on. Oh, sorry. No. You've already gone a6, haven't you?
Yeah, knight b5, a6 there. Knight d6 possible. I'm just not wondering bishop d3. I'm going to get. Might have g5 or rook f8. I don't know. This is not for the faint-hearted, I have to say.
No.
This position. I think rook h8 looks like a good move, really.
Yeah. Could we come? I was going to say rook b2, but you just check. That's not going to be any good.
I quite like king d2, I have to say. You know, rook h8, king d2. I quite like this idea.
You know, yesterday we were saying we could just press a button and give the position to
Indeed.
Magnus. We can press it and give it to Hebs.
About a6 and c5, actually. But it's a little bit not necessarily what you want to do. My goodness me. Oof, yeah. I just want to see what they do, really, because yeah, I mean, it's a really complicated position, and wondering whether anyone's really better or whether it's, you know, objectively equal. Yeah. Maybe it is towards objectively equal, but it could go wrong very easily for either side, I think.
Is this equal? Says Gary 160.
Yeah, but probably
that's
more.
Question. Yeah,
I think probably more easily wrong for white than for black. I think at the moment. I think that's the feeling I have. But I think there's more ways. I think Freddy's probably done a pretty good defense here. I think keeping the whole thing together basically. But that, you know, I think what he played wasn't easy to find. So yeah, let's have a little look. Let's have a look. So
what about Danny Gormally?
Yeah, I mean, Danny's teeing up on this pawn. I think it's just going to be too difficult for white. This is, you know, we're going to get rook c5, bishop c7, then to defend d6 if we need it, and then we grab. Pardon me, we grab this one. So yeah, I think we're looking at a black win here. We'll come back to that one. Nick Pert has played h5, rook d8. So basically, we need to find a good way to sidestep this knight and get this rook active. In all fairness, f6 here might be quite a decent idea, just to open up some more lines. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, otherwise, I mean, rook c4 is also possible. I mean, I'm hitting a4 here. And after b5, I'll go rook c5 and hit e5. That might also be a very sensible move to play. And then if you play rook e7, then maybe I go f6 or something, you know, and just something like that. I think we're at the stage now of you know, too many tempting possibilities for white. I think that's the stage we're at in this game. So yeah, I think Nick's just got to choose one that he likes and then just work it out from there. So rook a5, rook c7, bishop e4 was played. f5, bishop d3. Okay, knight d5, f4, king b6 there. Okay, so he brought his bishop to d3. So I guess that g3 now is going to happen, followed by e4. That would be my prediction. And just yeah, just play this way. It's gone bishop c4. Okay, that's also possible indeed. Yeah, I think the idea is that if e5, I think he's going to take on here. Is that right?
Takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, because king takes, we've got knight a6. So pawn takes, and then maybe a little rook a6 checkaroonie. Rook c6, I've got rook a7. Bishop c6. Well, I don't have b5. I do have takes. Oh no, I don't. Oh, I do. I can do this actually. Yeah, I was thinking I have b5 takes and then rook e6 mate. You know, but of course it's check. That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
But I can just go knight d3 here, and then king d6. I've got b5, and king e4. I go b5 anyway because it's no longer check. So that is mate.
Oh, nice, mate. That's a good one.
That's quite a good one, isn't it? So, yeah. Okay, so, yeah. Just, but...
Excuse me for a second.
Let's have a look. Hamish against... still all the pieces on dark squares. Oh! Swapping off. Yeah, this is very bad for black here. Not really sure how... Can't really give much good advice, really. I think probably now not a bad idea just to bring the king in, f3, king f2, and just start, working out how to move those pawns forwards on the queen side. Just, yeah, looking very good for white there. Peter's made quite a bit of progress there, actually. Is this going to lead anywhere? I'm not sure that it's not sure how much you're going to achieve because black's pretty solid here. But yeah, I mean, I was thinking that, you know, black was probably going to be pressing a little, but Peter's managed to really make a lot of this. So yeah, need a little bit of care with black. But I think it's still, I think you just sort of you should be able to hold your stuff and, you know, not worry too much. Louise, Queen a6 played. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that was much clearer. Oh, it's very nice. Actually, that was very good idea. Played Queen b7, Queen a6 there. Just yeah, very nice idea. Bishop c8, Queen c6. Really just torturing white's the pieces there, and then Queen d6, and now forced off the exchange of queens. So you're 2 pawns up in a queenless middle game, and you're also playing c5 and bishop c4. So, oh, pardon me.
I think Louise will win this.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think you're sort of talking about probably the one of the best games of the round, to be honest, because it's very nice, very smooth control performance, I have to say. Black's been given, you know, no chances whatsoever. So yeah, very nice. Always like, I mean, I like King's Indian crushes from the white side. That's a little bit biased on that one, I think. But ooh, f4. That's a desperate move, I think. So I think white's probably looking for f5, trying to, you know, weaken up some light squares before white breaks through. But I don't. Yeah. I mean, I think I could just go here, right? I think f5 and takes here, unless I'm missing something. And if fe, I can just maybe take here, takes, and go check, and then come here, something like this, which looks quite painful.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, yeah, gonna need some care and you know, the normal calculation, but you know, this is looking very good for black, I think. Anything happened here? Rook h8, king d2 played.
Freddy.
Indeed.
King d2.
Rook d2.
This is what we were looking at. Yeah.
Then c5 from Mark.
Okay. Did we look at this? So we were going to do, normally with that, we were going to do something like knight b5.
Oh, yes, but Mark spotted something, hasn't he?
Uh-oh. What's
Because
he spotted?
after knight b5, he goes rook b8.
All right. Then we go king e3.
Rook takes b5.
Oh. All right. Knight. Let's try again. Knight. Knight c7. Oh no, you're going to take this rook.
Indeed.
It's going to be no good at all.
Yeah, so Freddy's gone back to e2, but this is absolutely not what you want to do.
Oh dear.
So I think Mark's going to go king e4 here, probably.
Freddy's got to get the pawns going and scare Mark back again.
Here we go, rook f2. We should probably take. Well, I don't know. Then we could probably do this, couldn't we?
Yeah.
g3. Okay. Well, we could check and take some pawns, maybe. Take.
White's definitely playing for the draw now.
Yeah, White's definitely. I mean, White's. Yeah, it may still be in there. May still be in there, but it's really, it's very clear. You know, it's really getting quite. Getting a bit desperate now. I mean, rook b8 is maybe quite strong as well. And I go king e3. I go rook b2. And the slight worrying thing is that you're these guys.
Yeah, this knight's. So we have to put the rook on f2.
Yeah. The double pawns are better than a connected fast pawn, indeed.
You've got to double up your pawns. Yeah.
It's all about activity at the end of the day. I'm just trying to work out. You're getting horribly tied up here. Getting horribly tied up.
Is this the current position right now?
Yeah, and I think I'm expecting rook b8 from Mark.
Rook b8, king e3, says Wolfan.
Yeah, and then rook b2 then.
Oh, that's it.
And this is the question whether you can, yeah. So I mean, f5 would be, that would be the ideal, right? Because then you're threatening knight f4 check.
Yes.
But then you go rook e2 simply. Rook e2, rook b2, and obviously king e2 f is just winning.
Can we throw in thingamajig?
FG, there's bishop g6, so that's not working.
Yeah.
Because we cover it. What we could do is throw in e6.
Okay.
King d6, but then I'm afraid that's basically it. Because king e2, there's still gf, and fg, there's bishop d3.
What about f6? Oh, you just take it.
I just take it,
yeah. Wait, f6. Take the bishop. Oh, I see.
Yeah. You're missing a few pawns there.
Yeah. Even though your pawns are doubled.
Oh, but I've got f6. I've got f6.
Wait. f6 before e6.
Yeah,
okay, wait. Right again. f6.
King e2. That's the one. So, okay. This is interesting.
All right. So is this... Wait. So what's the position now? Okay, so...
Yeah, so I'm saying after knight e2, I was expecting rook b8. That's what I was expecting. King e3, rook b2, which I thought was...
And then we want
f5. Yeah.
So what if black takes f5? Oh, then we get knight f4. Yeah.
Yeah. And the rook e2 takes, we go f6.
f6. Okay, nice.
Yeah, but what is being suggested in the chat, and that is, of course, the other alternative is king e5. But I want to go takes here now. And this is going to be, I mean, you can't do this stuff, right? Because I can just take and go G7. So, and bishop G6, I've got rook G4.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone king E4.
Oh, then you can go takes, and bishop H5.
Yeah, I've got rook G5 check. Sorry, yeah. Where are we?
No,
I go H3 rather, or something. I'm trying to find the position. King E5, FG. Yeah. I mean, you could take, but I go H3 then.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm assuming, King F3 first. Sorry, let me.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
That should be all right. But Mark's gone King E4, which was the other alternative. And I'm expecting, I was expecting rook F2 then.
Yeah.
And now this is.
So how's this?
Yeah, okay. I'm putting knight G3, so you've got to go bishop E2. And then what I was saying was, this is where we said, well, I mean, I'm not sure that is this correct? Not sure. We said so. We said rook E2, king F4, E6.
Yeah.
I guess rook E8 or something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe king F5, E7, rook E8. And we said, yeah, white's fighting for the draw here.
Yeah.
Maybe
we didn't like this too much, huh?
Maybe he can. He's played rook F2. Maybe he can still get it. The point is, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what move white should play really.
Yeah.
Just give it A6 for example.
Yeah.
King F6. I go rook E4. Rook E7. Rook G4 maybe. I'm not sure I should have played A6. I mean, I can take this one afterwards.
So you're going to check first rook D8.
Let's have a look. King F4, E6. Rook D8 check, first of all. Could be. King C2, maybe? Or King E1, I'm not sure. I might go King E1 then, maybe. E7, and then come out here. This might be... Because then I can start doing stuff like this, and then I'm sort of covering this one. Still looks drawnish. Drawnish to me somehow. I mean, the other thing you've got to think about is, what if I take back with the king? Is this? But this feels wrong in principle. But maybe it feels wrong to do this. Your pieces are so passive. Just wondering, could I go King F5, E6 there, E7, King F6? I don't know. I mean, at some stage, you start thinking that with all these pawns of yours I'm taking, I mean, you've got this G3 pawn, but I've got... Yeah, I don't know. That should probably be drawn. Should probably be able to draw that one.
By the way, did we see Amir Abbas against Robert Starley yet?
Oh no! It was forgotten. It was.
I just suddenly noticed there was another board.
Amir Abbas, Robert. So sorry. It was just at the.
You have to scroll. Yeah, no, I didn't see it either.
To scroll. I'm so sorry. Really, because it's a friendly game as well. Our apologies. It's Freddy, or my apologies rather. That's because this is looking pretty good for white, as long as there's no terrible tactics there. Oh. Yeah. I mean, G4 is really what... Oh, it's white to play even. Oh, my goodness. That is quite worrying. Knight D6 played. Oh, this is looking really good for white now.
Yeah, because you got that open H file as well.
Yeah. You're coming in with Queen E4 as well and Rook H1. So yeah, this is looking really, really good.
Hi, Guitar
Hey,
Man.
Guitar Man. Yes. It's yeah, I always think I should have been would be good to be commentating motor racing or something. I'd have plenty of opportunity. Oh no!
Oh no.
It's yeah, this is looking very good for Amarabas. Yeah, and our apologies, Robert and Amarabas for missing that game. I just hadn't we just missed the scroll there. Just go back through. So we've got plenty more moves. Knight e6, Rook h2, Knight d8, little fork, and well, it's all about White really deciding how. I mean, the opposite coloured bishop Rook ending is winning. Yeah, b takes a4 and bishop b6 is also very powerful. Oh, bishop g5 is lovely, isn't that nice? Bishop on a4 is trapped.
Oh yes, clever.
Very nice, very nice.
Clever, Louise.
Visual, as
Jules used to say. Yeah.
Yeah. So Peter Finn. Oh, Peter's been. My goodness me. Well, yeah, it's going to be tricky to make something of this, but still, I mean, yeah, I thought Peter was struggling a little bit, but he's really turned this around. And it's looking. I think if anyone's got the chances here, it's White, obviously. So,
yeah, lots of rook end games. Nizahe.
Every day a rook ending, yeah, indeed. This is an ending with lots of rook.
Peter Finn, yeah, no, he does.
What happened here, actually? This is not so clear.
Oh gosh, Svetlana fighting back again.
Yeah, no. What happened here? White went c4. Oh my goodness. I mean, I was saying, just f3, king f2, bring the king in nice and slowly, no worries. But c4 is oh, maybe White missed bishop b3 actually.
Or just thought the two rooks on the 7th would do the trick.
Yeah, but I mean, these pieces are incredible.
Mm.
I mean, I think you can just go king g8 here. Well, actually, even king e8 is not. I think that's probably what Svetlana is thinking about. And actually, king e8 is maybe even better here.
Yeah, we like Louise, definitely, Guitar Man.
This is not so clear, Yeah, I'm wondering, probably king g8 is better. I mean, as long as you're not, yeah. And then you can play h6 or h5, and you can always get your king a little bit free. But this is just not very obvious now. I mean, rook b7, I go rook c8. I've got lots of checks somehow. I mean, I've got threats like bishop d5 and
oh yes, bishop d5. Yes,
I've got knight 4 as well.
Oh, good grief!
I know.
Hamish's pawn structures like Hebs's. It's got kind of.
Yeah, that's true. Oh no, I don't know. I mean, maybe objectively, there's still because you've got all that activity. Maybe you have got a way to force a win somehow. I don't know. You just compare to what it was. It was all so compact and clean, and yeah. I don't know. I'm a bit worried, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really am worried.
Svetlana do it 2 days in a row. Pull out of the fire position we thought had gone.
Yes,
I think
you're
she
right.
can.
Keith won. Yes, Keith won.
Keith won. Well played, Keith.
That was so.
He's doing h4. 2 more pawns.
He's won. Yeah, I think
nice game.
One of the games of the round. Very nice. Very nicely played. I think lovely all round game there. So very good to see. Always good to recover from a loss with a game like that. Very good. Peter Finn, Peter grinding. Peter plays long games. He's called checkmate a lot, but he takes a long approach to checkmate.
In the end games. Head for the end game. A lot.
Let's have a look at Marcus against Theo. Rook e7, king d3, h4. Now breaking with e4. And the a7 pawn has gone. Yeah, now this is completely gone. I think Marcus is just going to swap off all the pawns and then just have all the pieces, and then have passed pawns on both sides. Yeah. So, I mean, probably just take on b7 twice, and then just go king d4 and king e5 and all that. So, yeah, I mean, hard luck, Theo, but actually, yeah, I think Marcus played at the top of his game there, actually, and spent a long time in the opening, but found a fantastic idea. And yeah, as I said, I don't know whether there was a way to break it, but I think definitely, that was really what you needed to look at, just because I think once Marcus got control, that was yeah, very smooth technical performance after. So, but yeah, I think you played certainly one of the form players of recent times in English chess. So yeah, no disgrace to lose to him. Let's have a look. What did rook g3? Nick playing for knight c3, rook takes c5, knight d5, knight c7. Wow, knight c6 from.
Okay, so
what is happening here? It's
what
chaos.
is happening is the question.
So knight c7, knight takes c5, knight e6. This is probably still good. It feels a little bit like Nick sort of lost a bit of control there somehow. I guess this is probably still very good.
Rook d3.
Yeah. Or even rook b8, actually. Oh, I'm a little bit nervous, getting a little bit nervous about this. Yeah, rook d3
oh my
was also...
goodness, Guitar Man's written a long word. I can't even read it from here. Eke out a small...
Eke out a small pawn as well.
Yeah.
No, it's true. Oh God, this is it's tough putting people away. It really is. We saw it with Keith yesterday against Peter Finn. We're seeing it with Nick here as well. That such a nice advantage, but yeah, I mean, Black's fighting like crazy here, and yeah, this is not easy actually. How do you do this even? I mean, I mean, start thinking: is it time to go for it with f6 and just say, okay, this is going to be enough. I'm going to launch the final assault. But
so f6. So say White plays f6 now.
So yeah, I mean, knight e4, I go f7. That's the basic idea.
Yeah, I think we have to take that.
Yeah, I go rook f6. So if knight g4, I've got rook g6.
Yeah.
Oh, you got king f7. Yeah, okay. That's not so good then. That was kind of the whole point. Oh, okay, then you can't. Oh, okay. Because the problem is something like rook f4 would be nice, but actually even knight d3 would be annoying.
Yeah.
Oh no. No, sorry, I shouldn't be. I mean,
g5. Macbeth says g5. Can we just take it though?
Yeah, we'll take it. You're messing up your pawns. That's the problem. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling tired just looking at it, to be honest. I mean, king g3. I mean, Black just takes and goes rook b3, and this is really annoying. King f4, knight d3, and king h4, knight f3. You're not getting anywhere there. I mean, Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Guitar Man, it's good to. It is good to see
Good to be back.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Mr. Dodgy has been filling the gap online with his games, but yeah, it's not quite the same as playing OTB yourself.
Oh, I hope Freddy's okay. He looks a bit upset.
Oh,
I'm gonna make him big for just for a second. Make our. Oh no, he looks fine. He was just. I think he was just checking his position.
Okay, so yeah, Mark went Rook B8 indeed. Knight check, King D5, King E3, Rook B3. And that's quite interesting now because Freddy went Rook D2. Okay. Oh, are we going to get some? Oh, he's going for some trickies, isn't he?
You're the only one to lose a match against Mr. Dodgy, Nizahe.
Well, I shouldn't laugh, but
that sounds like you. There's a story there.
Yeah, no, it was Mr. Dodgy was playing. He got there was some sort of, I think it was qualification for the Banter Blitz, and he was going to be playing. I think he was going to be playing Prague. So you know, he was obviously rather scary at a Blitz. So he announced his training schedule of matches, and he lost almost
Oh, no.
by rather big scores. So yes, that's right. So it was. Yeah, I remember seeing. Yeah, I mean, it was because he finished his only one of those warm ups. Yeah, because he finished it. His thing and saying, "And now I hate chess," just before he was due to play Prague. So it was quite funny. Normal Mr. Dodgy funny stuff. So so Rook takes C3. Can we play Knight E4? Is that what we're looking for?
Oh, how's this? Knight E4.
Well, this is all rather.
So bishop. Oh no, you can't. But oh, it's complicated. You can't move that bishop. Knight E4 on the board. Okay.
Yeah. So this is now an interesting one for black. I mean, you could play. You got two. I mean, Rook A3 is the obvious one. And then I think what the idea is, because I mean, obviously you would have liked to have done something like this, but we get Bishop F5 check, which is just killing.
Mm.
So, but I think we go Knight F2. That's the idea.
Okay.
And we are going to take on D3, which is kind of.
Okay. So if say the black king moves, we just take on D3.
Yeah, we just take on D3. We're doing all right, I think. You know, because we've got this protected pawn, and
if black just takes on A5.
Yeah, we go Rook D6 check.
And we don't allow mate.
No, King F5, Rook F6. You're not going to win this, you know. I think in King F7, I can even just give a check or something. You know, you're not gonna win this. Not with those the pawns as they are. I mean, you can even play actively with a king, I think, as well. I think it should be fine. The mark's gone Rook C1, which is the other one, and now, yeah, now we're going the other way. Now we're going to take this one.
Oh, Freddy did the wrong check.
No, because Mark went Rook C1.
Ah, right.
So, and then against Knight F2, yeah, Knight F2 then is not the correct move in this case.
Yeah, Rook E1.
So Knight F6 check, King goes E6, I would have thought, and then Knight G4. So keeping material parity,
Okay.
and yeah. And you've got rid. Yeah, I mean, this is not
bad.
For,
that's an annoying pawn, isn't it? Because now you could play your knight at F.
Yeah, I mean, if you go King F5, which would be a good move, you can always give a Knight H6 check, which is quite important. And I mean, the next move is going to be knight f2. So I mean, if the bishop moves here, or we give a rook check here, and we go knight f6, I would have thought that we'll be doing all right here. That's not 100% clear, but yeah. Whoa, how is that?
I don't know what Automod is worried about now, but I'm letting it through.
Knight d5.
No, you didn't say it.
Oh!
What?
Oh, yes, of course. Nizai, that was clever. Oh, yeah. Knight f2, rook a5, knight d3. You go rook a3 back.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that would have been winning. That would have been winning. Yeah. Yeah, easy to miss, as I did. So knight f6 check, king e6 played, and we're going to have knight g4 on the board, I guess. Has Mark got less time than Freddy? That can't be true.
Looks like it.
Freddy was spending ages, I thought. Okay. So, okay, knight g4. So it looks like Mark probably missed a win in that position. But, okay, still a very tough position still for Freddy. That could be, I mean, maybe a decent idea for white. Actually, I'm going to close the window because it's quite cold. Oh. So maybe rook c3 afterwards. How would that be? Might be a bit awkward. Just trying to restrict that king, really. I don't know. Knight f6 looks sort of natural. You sort of get your knight safe, but then I can play king f5 maybe. Yeah, well, knight takes g4 played anyway. So has Mark really only got 248? That's incredible. If Mark's, it's just that. Yeah, I don't know. I had the feeling that Mark was way ahead on time. Actually, that was.
Chris Finn's asking about c3 tactics coming in.
Yeah, not yet, but they're definitely going to be there very soon. Oh, wait a minute. Are you sort of okay? Actually, come to think of it,
maybe refresh the screen.
Are we going to be doing this actually? Is this just going to be? Oh no, I've got king e1 then. Haha. But what I can do then is to go rook e1 check, king f2, rook f1, king e3, c3. That looks winning. Wow, is that happening so quickly? Rook e1 check, king f2. I can go king f3, but I don't think that's, yeah. King f2 and then rook f1 check. And we go king e3 and c3. Yeah, that looks to be winning, I think. That looks to be winning, I think. So rook d3, c2.
Yeah.
Rook d6, we just come back here. Unless there's a miracle. No. Actually, this is, yeah, amazing. Actually, it's just, it hadn't occurred to me that this would just be just lost like this. But yeah, no, it's really true. King f2, rook f1. King g2. Yeah, we'd have rook f4 then. King g3, c3, takes c2. Can we do something? Check. Yeah, no, I mean, it's
the same.
not going to work. Not going to work. The good news is that Black no longer has double pawns.
Hi, Simon. He's we know how old he is. 11, was it?
Yeah.
Freddy is 11. Yeah.
Yeah, times run out there, but I don't think that's correct.
No. Just turned 11.
But I mean, really, really, really incredible endgame play from Mark. I mean, we've got to give Mark the credit. He was in a very difficult situation, and he found an astonishing defense. And then he's just, I mean, he's really played this ending superbly. So yeah, it's yeah, it's you have the feeling that if Freddy carries on, then and he's going to be causing everyone a lot of a lot of pain in the next few times. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the English grandmasters, they're not just giving up just like that. They're really making him fight for every single scrap, which is as it should be, of course. That's but yeah, this is amazing scrap, this one. But yeah, and I'm just would like to see some updates of moves really. So let's have a look. See whether we get an update. 2 minutes. Oh, C3 played already. Oh, that's also very good, of course. Well, yeah, no, it's still going to be winning this one, isn't it?
Yeah, get them when they're young.
Rookie 1 check now. King F2, C2. Yeah, well, maybe would have. Yeah. Not completely necessary to give this up, but oh, actually, are you sure about this, Mark? I'm wondering about, was this really necessary? Because I think if you just gave the rook E1 and rook F1 check, you didn't need to give this up at all. Because now we're going to go rook D3. You're going to go rook E1 check. I'm going to go king F2. I'm going to go C2, and I'm going to take here now. You're going to queen. I'm going to go king E2 takes, and I'm going to go H. I'm going to go H3 simply. I mean, it's probably winning this, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not quite as trivial as it should be, really. If you see what I mean. We could have had a much simpler, but okay. I mean, should still be winning. This is nothing at all, of course. But yeah, I mean, we can just play this move H3 and then. Well, it's still got to be won, actually.
Yeah,
I'm sure Mark will. I mean, that's not the question, but I think could have just been a little bit cleaner with rook E1 and C3. I think so. C2 played. King takes C1. Yeah, we're going to get this C1 queen. King E2, queen F4, H3. Most probably, I think. Okay, well, just have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere. Marcus Harvier has won against Theo. Hard luck, Theo, but yeah, I mean, a really good game there. So C takes D5, G4, A4.
Thanks, Macbeth.
Everything broken up there, and yeah, just that was a win. Hamish against Svetlana. What's happening?
Oh yes, this pawn structure. How's this one going?
Rook takes B7 played. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
I hadn't expected that. I thought we'd just keep the rooks nice and active. Okay, so takes bishop D5, knight D4, F3. I wonder. I don't think you're going to hold that. I think that B pawn's going to be too dangerous. I think. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you think it's good? Is it good for white now?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You're never going to be able to exchange one minor piece for both those B pawns. So, and I'm pretty sure that B pawn's going to get past B5. So, yeah, with the help of the king.
Couldn't black block it, like with knight B5, say?
Rook C5. I mean, I get the pawn to B6. You can block on B7, but then I bring my king in, and yeah, I don't know. I just thought that keeping the rooks on, was sort of, I go Rook C8, and then I've even got threats against the king somehow. That seemed quite dangerous. Rook B7. I don't think Rook B7 was a good decision, but yeah, I would think that White's winning this one, but we'll see. We'll see. I might be wrong. Peter Finn. Oh, Peter's making a lot of progress here. My goodness. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I mean, you could imagine White winning this simply. So what an incredible effort! Yeah. My goodness. It's that's really because yeah, I mean, really an incredible effort from Peter there. So Louise, Lawrence, we've seen all the rest, haven't we?
What about the one at the bottom, the Amir Abbas?
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. Oh my goodness, Amir Abbas! It all turned around. Oh my goodness! So knight D6, Queen F6, Knight C4 played. I was thinking of Queen E4 actually, and Rook H1 check. So Knight C4.
Finn's finishes, very good.
E6, Knight H4, King H2, Queen F7. Oh, it was a bit of a time scramble, I think. Rook H1, Rook E8, Queen D3, Queen H5. Oh, it all turned around. Oh my goodness! Knight D2, Knight F3 check, Knight E1. Oh, and Rook D1. Oh, good lord! Well played, Ferrari fan Robert Starley. Hard luck, Amir Abbas. That was, and yeah, again, our apologies for missing that game.
Finn's fiendish finishes.
Let's have a look. The top board game: Rook 8 C5, Rook 8 E1, Rook C6, Rook A1, Rook C5. Takes. Oh, that was that was the variation we pointed out. King H1 takes, Bishop H3, Rook F2, blocking the rook from coming into F1. King D7. That's a lot of pawns. Yeah, should be just an easy win for black. So, well, it's going to take a while, but pretty clear win basically. So that would be a very big result at the top, really. Yeah, as with this one, Queen F4, H3, Queen C4. So yeah, Mark's got to put this one away now. But it's not. Yeah, yeah, it's still got to be done. That's the thing. And there's still quite a bit of work to do. Yeah, Mark could have finished that one off much more easily, I think. With but okay, King E3. But Mark hasn't got that much time actually. That's the looks like.
I think they finished. Just let's have the look. They seem to be scoring.
Unless there's, yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Unless they're disputing something.
No, I don't know.
Oh, looked like they'd finished. They looked like they were.
No, maybe no. Carrying on. I think.
Okay.
Mark, long game for Mark. He's been sitting at the board all the time. But okay, I mean, you'd expect Mark to finish this off. It's just, yeah. I don't know what sort of time control is it after 60. Do we know?
I think they added on half an hour at the end or something. Added on half an hour and then a new score sheet. But yeah, maybe that's it.
Okay, so Queen C1, I guess King E2. Mark's going to try and run that C pawn down. I'm wondering actually, would I trying to think of get my swindling boots on?
Time at 60.
I think King E4. King E4 is probably what I'd be looking for, I think. Yeah, King E4, why not, actually? I think that's legal. Go Queen E1 check. King F4. Queen A5. Well, you can always pick up the pawn. I don't know, yeah. Tough. My tendency would be to try and play it aggressively, basically. You know, that would be my my general feeling. And to, you know, basically to try and make black a bit afraid about his king, you know. So, and I mean, in general, this pawn, I'm not too bothered about it. I just want my e-pawn, my knight, my rook, my king to be combining together, you know. Yeah, Queen B1, but I'll go King E3 simply. You know, I think that's... so King E4 played by Freddy. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good move. So maybe indeed this Queen B1, King E3, King F5, maybe something like this. Just trying to squeeze the. See you tomorrow, Gary. Thanks.
Gary 160. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna see. So he obviously doesn't have so much time, Mark, but I think this is not quite right there. Okay, let's have a look. This one, well, this one's going to be a long one, but I mean, Danny is going to win this in the end. I'm pretty confident of that. Freddy, Nick Pert. Oh, what's happened with Nick?
Nick
That's
Pert, yes. How's this gone?
Rook E2. Played Knight C4. When? Oh, Knight G4. I guess we were going to get Rook. No, surely. Is that?
Oh.
Okay. Just wondering what would have happened after Rook Knight G4. To be honest. Rook E4, because I can take on here. Takes Knight F6. I mean, he takes. I take here. I mean, this is going to be. We're going to draw this somehow. I would have thought, but anyway, Knight C4 played. Knight C5. Oh, okay. A2, Rook C8. Oh, Rook and 2 versus Rook and 1. Well, I would expect a player of Neil's experience to be able to hold this one. I mean, Nick's...
really, White's going forwards.
Yeah, of course. But, I mean, probably Rook E1 check or something here. And
yeah.
It's hard to keep on going forwards. So, yeah, Rook E1 check played. So, yeah, I think that's going to be... I'd expect a draw there, really. You know, just... Okay, so Bishop F3 played. King F2. Yeah. Bishop D5. But I think we're just gonna keep on nudging the pieces out of the way. I think it's going to be very difficult, I think, for black to hold this.
Yeah, she can't get the king out, can she?
No, it's going to be... It will get out eventually, but then you'll already be tied down, you know, to... Nah, it's probably going to be a long one, I think, but yeah, still. You know,
You remember I was earlier saying Svetlana always had the longest games in the foreign CL.
Well, indeed. It's... I mean, maybe even Rook C5 here is quite a good idea. Not sure. Maybe the king comes out there. Nah, still going to need some work, but I would really think maybe King E3, maybe just Rook D7, maybe try and get an F5. I think that the white will make this in the end. How's Peter doing? Rook D8. So he's giving some
Oh, Hamish plays long games as well.
Oh dear. Okay.
Bound to be then.
So this is going to be very unpleasant. This is maybe even winning for white? Not impossible. I mean, at some stage, we've got the alpha 0 H pawn on H6.
Well, Fan, I imagine that is just a display error. I wouldn't. Mark won't let his.
I think Mark's got more. He's got 28 minutes now. So.
Okay. Yeah,
so
try refresh the page and see.
Yeah, Mark's giving a few checks. So actually, Freddy will actually have, I think, still half an hour to go.
Okay.
On top of that, so Queen C4, so King E3, I would guess from Freddy. So what's Mark going to do now? King F5, maybe? Might be, quite tempted to try and do something like this and get the king involved, just to try and nudge the white king back. Not to get forced back with the king and then get the white king involved, and then I've got to work out all sorts of checks. Something like this might be quite nice if I can do it. He's gone King F5, yeah. So Freddy's got his 42 minutes now, so 27. So okay. Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Okay, maybe we should go Rook D6 here. Oh, then we can go Queen C3 check, I think, because this is actually quite unpleasant here and here.
Oh yeah, that picks up the rook.
Indeed. So yeah, and if you went King E2, then Queen H3 starts destroying your structure really. This is it's good play from Mark. King F5. It's I mean, I think the way Mark's playing. Normally speaking, you'd say that this is lost for Freddy. So, but we'll see. We'll see whether King D2 is the best move. I think we'll see what happens. But yeah, Mark's playing it really, really well. So. Okay, is anything else happening now? I think we've just got our quota of very long games coming now. We've got Danny against David. That's going to last a fair while, I think. Probably A5 B4 is what Black wants, and then if Bishop C4, we just take off and queen the pawns. We'll go A5 B4. We'll put the rook somewhere and. We'll just try and work out a good moment to break with the pawns. Maybe play a D5 break as well. Try and get this one. It's going to take a little while though. Going to take a little while. This one's the exciting one. Queen A2 check. Yeah, I've got to see where you want to go here.
Yeah.
Back to E3 maybe.
Yeah.
Then you've got this move Queen G2. Then is probably quite annoying.
Knight F2, I suppose.
Yeah, but then I take on E5. So I think you're getting stretched quite badly, really. So now Mark's playing this really well. Yeah, really, really well. Very accurate, I have to say.
Simon played both Nigel and Mickey when they were 10, and Freddy's just as good. Yeah, he's a really exciting prospect. Yeah, because I don't know, you did see some of the online British, didn't you, as well, Simon? But he did really, really well there as well.
So yeah, Nick.
But he's 11.
So Nick, yeah. Oh, poor Nick. That is really a really nicely played game, but yeah, but very well played, Neil. Just to keep on fighting. Not easy putting these games away. Now Hamish having a good think about this position. Played King E3. That's quite a natural move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying about this. I still, like, just looking at the position, I still kind of think black should be all right, but I see what you're saying about those B pawns.
Yeah. I just think long term you can't hold this, but yeah. It's but yeah, I mean you're gonna have some sort of structure with a knight on D6, or knight on B7, bishop on D5, and just try and hold that. I'd be surprised if you could really.
So knight B5.
Yeah, knight B5. And then we've got to decide. I mean, if I go rook C5, you go here.
Knight D6, yeah.
Here, probably here, I guess.
Yeah.
Here.
Then we've got oh no, have we got check? We maybe haven't.
No, I take it.
Yeah.
So King F6, I go, yeah, rook C7. And I go knight B7, probably like this. Yeah.
Last time, yeah, at the British, he drew with Mickey, beat Hebs, and lost to Keith. So he 1.5 out of 3 against those 3.
Okay, knight F5 check played. I think that's.
So you got a 6-year-old. What's the name of your 6-year-old, Wolfan? That's showing the same.
I'm a bit. I don't like that very much. Doing it this way. The rook D7, can't I? The Ernbrew definitely is going to be the Ernbrew.
Well, no, but we had 2 6-year-olds playing very good games today in the under 8s. Wolfan.
Oh, actually, I think take on there, play the rook to D6, play the king round. I think Peter's going to win this, you know.
Peter Finn.
Indeed.
He is.
It's but he'll only checkmate a lot if his opponent plays right to the bitter end, I think.
I don't think he'll get a checkmate this game. Oh, thank you very much.
So King D1 played by Freddy. So actually, this is quite a good move, actually. The idea, I think, yeah, you're going to try and give a little rook F3 check, and then maybe a rook E3 check, and then an E6.
Super energy. Yeah.
So yeah, still some thrills to come, maybe.
Okay, so what if we?
Yeah, I mean, I think
take on A5.
No, I'm not sure we need that one. I'd maybe rather want to play C4 actually.
Okay.
Or even play King E4 actually. That might even be better. And then I want to get in C4 and C3 and start putting mate on D2. Basically, that's the idea.
Yeah.
So so I mean, you know, C4, you go rook E3, I maybe just go Queen B2. You go E6, and I go C3. I'm putting C2, so I think yeah, it's quite difficult. Would probably be quite a good idea, I think, to do that. Yeah, I mean, either King E4 or a C4, I think looks very, very good for very good for black here. Look, Nick Pert.
Oh, look at those pawns.
Indeed. Yeah, no, I think. I think Nick's. Slow start for Nick, looks like, with 2 draws. The game yesterday, didn't really have a chance, but here I think feel somewhat a little bit upset not to have made the most of this one. But very well played, Neil, again. King d3, king f8.
I'm intrigued as to how this one will go. Svetlana and Hamish.
Okay, it's a bit strange, really, because I'd have thought at least you'd sort of block a little bit and try and stop.
Yes.
But now we get in b5 for free, really. b5 to b6.
Okay. Can we can still go knight d6 though.
Yeah, but I wanted to try and make sure that I got my king out of the back rank.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think this. I mean, I wanted to play knight d6 so that you have to go rook c5 if you want to get in b5. Because rook d7, I go knight b5, and there's no way around.
Yeah. She went king f8, has she?
Yeah. And now we just go b5.
Must be trying to. So, is she trying to do a knight e7 plan?
No, but I just go b7.
Yeah.
I really think this is completely lost now because we're just going
okay.
king d4.
Fair enough.
King d4 to e5 now. I think this is just. I think it's completely gone. Actually, Hamish had quite a long game against Theo, didn't he? In the.
Oh yes, he did.
Yeah, rook d6 played now, so that actually the king's going to come all the way around here now. And there's not really very much you can do about it. I suppose the only thing that, maybe you can try and get some counterplay with this, but I wouldn't have thought it would be possible. They say alpha 0 pawn on h6. It just means that.
No, I was noticing that one.
That h7 is so vulnerable then. So now it's looking. Maybe although
because you have to play g5 to stop the king coming in.
Yeah, you can play d5. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, maybe not over yet. Not over yet. I thought that was just. But on the other hand, I mean, I think then we probably go back to d4. We go rook d8 and pick up this pawn. That's probably what we do. I would have thought this would be winning, to be honest. Feels like a winning rook ending, really. Okay. g4. So probably even. Can you play a4? Probably even a4 here is quite good. c4 played by Mark. Rook e3, king e6. Yeah, not taking any chances at all. So
Oh, some more stats. Scotland's strongest GM was Johnny Rowson. What about Johnny Parker? I thought he was pretty. Oh no, he wasn't Scotland, of course. Was it? No, was Johnny Parker ever Scotland? That's what I don't remember. Anyway, Freddy was graded higher at 10 than Jonathan at 14. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, holding your own against GMs at age 11 is pretty good, huh?
Okay, but here I think we go queen b1 check, queen d3, and then c3. I think it's this.
But Johnny Parker did used to be Scottish, didn't he? I thought he did, and then moved to England.
So this is going to be finished, I think, very soon. Check. Yep, I think this one. Well, Nick will keep on going for a while, I think, but I think Neil's sort of showing that he knows what he's doing. as you'd expect of an experienced player. That's king c3, king d8, b6. Yeah, this is a different defensive structure from Svetlana. She's trying to leave the knight to cover the king side and bringing the king across.
Okay, yeah, and defending the G pawn that way.
Yeah, well, interesting.
Does it work? I suppose white can bring the king in. That's the only thing.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think it works, but I would have thought that you can bring the king in and force something through. But we'll see. We'll see. Very. At
least she does have a structure in mind, so that's.
Magic Hotel says Johnson was from Nottingham and was always England.
Was he always England? Why did I link? I had Edinburgh in my mind for him. Like when he was about 13 with his little, he had the braces on his teeth because he beat me when I was like 12 or 13. It was an all play all.
Ooh, king c7 played. I think king f4 now is going to be really dangerous. I can't see how you're stopping this this invasion here now. Yeah, I think this is. This has gone. It's going to be a very fine win for Peter. Really enormous perseverance there to put away an opponent who obviously drew with Nick in the first round, so he's obviously in good form.
Definitely not Scottish. Okay, guys, I will concede.
Yeah, we looked at Pert Bradbury. That's going to be a draw, indeed. So Queen d3 now I'm expecting from Mark. King e1 and c3. I suppose you could conceivably continue with knight e3. Still, but yeah, getting a bit desperate now. I think you can even take this pawn now, actually. I can't think of a fork. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Mark probably just spending his time just trying to... I think he'll be a bit tired after this game. It'll be quite a tough game to have played. But yeah, brilliantly played by Mark. I mean, Queen d3 takes h3 is also very good, of course. So okay, Nick Pert still going on. Rook f1. We're just going to give a check. King e5, we'll go rook e1. King d5, we can just wait. And it's gone back to g3 now. Yeah, rook g1. Yeah, nothing to be done, I'm afraid.
All right. We should probably wind up quite soon.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, checkmate.
Any more that you want to see before we?
Well, checkmate. Checkmate lot is winning this. I mean, we're playing rook h7 afterwards, and that h pawn will be too quick, I think.
Oh yes, look at that h pawn. He's got the king round.
So yeah, very well played. Hamish Olsen, I'm expecting this is going to be winning. Simply, I can't believe you can hold this with black. So, but I might be wrong. You never know.
I am intrigued by this one. Yeah.
So we will see. Nick Pert against Neil Bradbury. This is going to be a draw. Then we've
Freddy.
got Freddy against Mark. Mark's played Queen d3. Yeah, this has gone, I'm afraid. So Mark is going to win that.
Right, Svetlana off at your barrel. I agree.
Indeed. Either c3 or Queen takes h3 here is going to be. Oops, not Queen e4. winning here. So yeah, Mark will make this. Oh, he's gone Queen H3. He's going for the safe way, and he's quite right to do so. So that's going to be a win very soon. And yes, also David Eggleston against Danny Gormally is going to be a win for Black, I think, quite soon. Not quite sure what's Danny going to do here. Is he going to go? Probably going to go. I would probably play B4 here and then work out how to get in A4 and B3. But yeah. Looking very, very good for Danny there. So that could be 2 out of 2. So looking like Mark's going to be on 2 out of 2. Danny as well. And that's it, actually, which is quite surprising, really. So it's going to be Danny against Mark.
So yes, that'll be the match then tomorrow. The match they both played Black today. So so I guess Danny would keep his colour sequence being the higher seed.
I guess so. I'm never quite sure how those things.
No, I never quite know. But okay. Oh well, some big clashes coming tomorrow already.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, Jonathan Parker won the 1994 Scottish Championships.
Oh, okay. I'm sure he told me about it, because I think there was a big rivalry between the two of them, between Johnny Parker and Johnny Rowson, on who was the best Scottish player. That's why I've got it in my mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I know Johnny Parker very well, so I've always got it in my mind that Johnny Parker was the strongest. But I'm sure Johnny Rowson would have a different story completely. So
it was much,
and I guess probably it was at some moments one was stronger and at some moments the other was. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks everyone very much for your comments in the chat and for watching the stream. And look forward to seeing you tomorrow. You're not on tomorrow, are you, Matthew?
No, I'm working tomorrow.
You're working tomorrow. Actually, I hopefully have someone very exciting lined up. We've got to do a technical test first. That's why I'm saying hopefully. But hopefully we will arrange it that Grandmaster Jonathan Mestel will commentate tomorrow. So that should be lovely. He hasn't tried commentary before, so should be lots of fun. So hope to see you tomorrow. We're just going to do a short one tomorrow. So 4:30 till 6 o'clock. And we will see you for all the championship games then. And we'll see Matthew again on Tuesday. So thanks everyone very much for watching.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone.